from a very long time ago. It's not lost on us, but the privilege to be at the White House with you while you're present is extra
I don't think
special.
he's talking about
I'm going to
he's
make
not
it
talking about
pretty
Iran here, right?
clear that we are honored to be here. And we're honored to be here with you as the president.
This is an announcement for something else. It's something to do with the Stanley Cup, I think.
You talked about the Olympians. I think we're right up there having the most Olympic players as much as any other team in the NHL. There are 10 Olympians behind me from, I think, 4 or 5 countries. It's a great testimony to a wonderful sport that really is a global sport. I speak on behalf of every Florida Panther fan all over the world. We're not going to stop. We're not going to stop. Thank you, Mr. President. Matthew would like to say a few words. And the players
He's not talking about Iran.
About the gifts that they've selected for you. I think I'm more excited, actually.
If he goes to Iran, I'm sure people will get clips, right? So this is about hockey. It's not about Iran. So, all right, let me go to the CBN interview because I know you guys wanted to see that. So here we go.
So Goldie, tell us the numbers you're hearing out of Iran right now.
The number is unconfirmed, but we're hearing of at least 30,000, if not more. It is the single largest massacre of Iranians by the Islamic dictatorship since they took over in 1979.
On Jerusalem Dateline, we are blessed to interview some truly remarkable people shaping events in Israel and in the Middle East. On today's episode, we feature our interview with politician, lawyer, and activist Goldie Gamari as she speaks about the possible fall of the Islamic Republic, currently controlling her home country of Iran. Goldie Gamari is an Iranian-born lawyer and former Canadian lawmaker, and as Iran once again erupts in protests and the regime tightens its grip, we turn to her for some insights. Goldie, welcome to Jerusalem Dateline.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you for joining us. So first, we want to hear from you what your contacts inside of Iran are saying.
Well, it's difficult to get any news from my contacts directly because the regime has shut down the internet. So I actually haven't heard from my family directly since they shut down the internet last week. But there are some Iranians who have been able to get a hold of friends or family inside. And what they are saying is that the situation is incredibly dire. The amount of casualties is higher than what's even being reported in the media. But what they're saying is right now we don't want to focus on the casualties. What they're saying is we want to focus on the fact that after 47 years, we can see and taste freedom. And we are so close to overthrowing this brutal Islamic dictatorship. There will be time for mourning the murdered Iranians after, but right now they want the world to know that the fight is continuing. Iranians have never been more motivated than ever, and they're not going to stop until they're free.
Do you think this is the breaking point?
Absolutely, 100%. This is the breaking point. It's war. It's war out there. Iranians are unarmed, and the Islamic regime, the Islamic dictatorship, they've now brought in their proxy forces like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and the Hashd-e-Shabis. These are the same terrorist proxy groups that commit acts of terrorism in the Middle East. Of course, October 7 genocidal massacre, all of that was funded by the Islamic Republic. So those same terrorist groups are murdering Iranians as well. So it really is now or never, because what Iranians are saying is that if we do not overthrow the regime, then every single person who has been slaughtered these last few days, it will all have been in vain.
Yeah, and the numbers are staggering, as you say. So President Trump said, of course, that keep protesting, take over the institutions, he said. And then he said, save the names of the killers and the abusers. So at this point, given the death toll and how it's climbing, is this the moment the U.S. military should intervene?
Yes, I believe so. I believe this is the moment that the U.S. military should intervene, because the Islamic dictatorship, they are so vicious, they are so vile. They're not going to go down without a fight, and right now they're going scorched earth. We're seeing images coming out of people with, like, military grade machine guns who are just roaming around in the backs of vans, and they're just indiscriminately shooting into crowds of people. Of course, unarmed people. So it's all out war, except one side is armed, the terrorists are armed, and the Iranian people are unarmed.
Wow. Well, I want to bring in our bureau chief, Chris Mitchell, for some additional context. Chris has been serving here in our Jerusalem bureau for 25 years, so he's seen a lot of Iran-Israel relationship and kind of the evolution of Iran. Chris, in your opinion, since the early 2000s when you came, what's different now about what we're seeing coming out of Iran?
Well, Goldie and Joshua, I think one of the main things right now is President Trump's in office. President Obama famously or infamously didn't do much at all during the Green Revolution. Biden during the Mashar Amini protest. So I think that is one of the main differences. And then I guess the scale, and you could confirm this, Goldie, all 31 provinces are involved, millions of Iranians in the streets. And as you were saying, it seems like the desperation is so dire, and they want to make sure this is the time they can overthrow this regime. And Goldie, I wanted to ask you, what can be the consequences of this, if the regime does fall? What would be the consequences, first of all, to the people of Iran?
Well, freedom. We would finally have freedom after 47 years. We would finally be free from these savage Islamic terrorists who have been occupying us for the last 47 years. We can finally have a normal country based on the principles of democracy and secularism, like we were prior to 1979. The other thing as well is that we can finally stop being a sponsor of terror, or being occupied by a sponsor of terrorism, right? Because prior to 1979, Iran and Israel were allies. And so we're actually looking forward to rekindling that allyship. That's actually one of our top priorities in the transitional plan for when the regime falls, is to reestablish and normalize relationships with Israel.
Goldie, could you double click on that? I know you were born in Iran. What are some of the misconceptions people have about Iran before 1979 or before the revolution?
So some of the misconceptions people have is that it was an authoritarian dictatorship, and like people weren't free, and they like to say bad things about our beloved Shah of Iran. But the reality is those are all lies that have been propagated by the Islamists and the communists in order to justify overthrowing Iran and taking over in 1979. Very similar to the propaganda and lies that they put out of Israel. Exact same thing. So the communists and Islamists like to paint themselves as the freedom fighters. Meanwhile, of course, we know that these freedom fighters are in fact terrorists. So I would say that that's a big common misconception. Another common misconception is that Iranians are Muslim. We're not. Prior to 1979, perhaps, some people just kind of identified as secular Muslim, but the reality is that today, less than 20% of Iranians identify as Muslim, and this revolution, it's not just about overthrowing the Islamic dictatorship; it's about getting rid of Islam and throwing it out of our country, basically, because we're Iranian, we're not Arab. We have a completely different culture, a completely different civilization. Just like the Jewish civilization, we're indigenous to the land of Iran, and the history of Jews and Iranians goes back thousands of years before Islam was invented.
Yeah, Goldie, one of the things that seems about this revolution is that the people are rallying around Reza Pahlavi. It seems like in the past, some of the opposition groups have been disorganized or not unified. Is this marks this revolution that people are rallying around Pahlavi to come back and at least be a temporary leader in a transition?
Yes, absolutely. So I think that's one of the defining features and defining factors of this revolution is that everyone has rallied around His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran. He is the only one that we trust to transition Iran from a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democracy. And, people in Iran are only chanting his name, Reza Pahlavi. They're showing images of, they're sharing photos where they're holding up images of his face on camera so that people outside can see who they're fighting for. And young people in Iran are saying, we are willing to risk our lives if it means we can return our king back to Iran.
Mm. On a personal note, Goldie, if I may, how are you feeling watching what's coming out of your home country and what's being done right now, the abuse of your people? How are you feeling?
It's difficult. It's difficult because we know how brutal the regime is and how brutal it has been. But Iranians, we're very brave. We're very strong. We have, we're an ancient civilization that has survived for thousands of years. And so as difficult as it is, seeing the bravery of Iranians in occupied Iran and how they're just, willing to give up everything for freedom, that gives me energy. But more than that, we have received so much love and support from people around the world. People in Israel, people in the United States, people across Europe, South America, like everywhere that I can think of, there are people who are tuning into my live stream, sharing their love, sharing their support, rooting on for the Iranian people. And that gives me a lot of hope, and it's giving all Iranians hope, because now we know that unlike previous times, we're not alone anymore. We're not alone. The whole world is behind us, and the whole world is cheering for us to as we overthrow one of the most evil dictatorships to have ever been created.
Yeah. From your sources, Goldie, what are you hearing about the rise of Christianity inside Iran, even despite all the persecution by the regime?
Well, Christianity is the number one rising religion in occupied Iran. Zoroastrianism is second. So, yeah, a lot of Iranians are converting to Christianity because we're done with Islam. We don't think Islam is a good religion. We're just sick of it. And from my understanding, from a lot of Iranian Christians who have, converted from Islam to Christianity, what they tell me is that Christianity offers love, peace, and hope, whereas Islam is more about hatred and death. So that's why many Iranians are secretly converting to Christianity, although they still have to identify as Muslim, because under Sharia law, apostasy is punishable by death, and many Christian converts have been jailed and executed for leaving Islam.
Yeah. Of course, we sit here in Jerusalem, Goldie, so we're very curious about the relationship between the Jewish people and the Persian people. So why do you think the regime has tried so hard to erase the memory of Cyrus and the Persian people in terms of the relationship with the Jewish people?
Because the Islamic regime is anti-Iranian. The Islamic regime is an occupying force, and they have tried to erase our cultural identity. They have tried to erase our roots. They have basically tried to make us forget about who we are as Iranians. I mean, even the flag of the Islamic Republic, it says Allahu Akbar, which is Arabic. We're Iranian, we speak Persian, and yet, the flag of the occupiers is in Arabic writing. So the reason that they've tried to erase our identity, erase, the memory of Cyrus the Great, is because that's another way for them to try and conquer us. And that's why, as Iranians, we have actually, we're incredibly nationalistic. We have learned about our history even more. And we're not going to let them erase our identity, because that's one of the ways that we're fighting back, is by reclaiming our Iranian identity.
Yeah. one of the stories that we've been covering here for the last couple of years, Goldie, is many banners that have been set up here inside and throughout Israel, celebrating the women that have been protesting against the Iranian regime. Houman Halili is the Iranian American who's been doing that. How would you ask Christians around the world to be praying for the people of Iran right now?
Pray for us, pray for Iranians, but, I would say as well, maybe reach out to your elected government officials and ask them to stand with the Iranian people, ask them to put out statements declaring that the Islamic dictatorship is illegitimate, and recognize that His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, he is the legitimate opposition leader. I think that would go a long way to helping the Iranian people.
What would you want President Trump to be doing right now?
Going after the Islamic dictatorship and blowing them off the face of the earth. That's what I hope that President Trump would be doing right now.
Yeah.
Just completely destroy them.
Well, that's a very specific directive. I know President Trump watches our broadcast, so he definitely heard that. Goldie, thank you so much for joining us, for sharing your heart and your knowledge about this situation. And we will be keeping the people of Iran in our prayers. But thank you for joining us on Jerusalem Dateline.
Thank you so much for having me.
Woohoo! Great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait.
Kicked me out.
No. There we go.
Important update. Very
Yeah,
important
let's go,
update.
let's go, let's
Unless you showed it already. Did you see the new post by Lindsey Graham?
No.
Okay, it might suggest that the attack is going to be happening with Israel. Like Israel is going to look at this.
I'm traveling to meet with. Do you want to read it?
Okay. Lindsey Graham just posted this it's an hour ago, saying, I'm traveling to Israel to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his team at this crucial time in the history of the Middle East. The goal is to build on the historic opportunities created by President Trump's unprecedented leadership to stand up to evil and to support the people who are sacrificing for freedom, meaning Iranians. The Trump-Netanyahu alliance has thus far been one of the strongest partnerships in the history of the United States-Israel leadership, and I am hopeful it will pay dividends in the near future. We live in a time of great consequence with the Middle East on the verge of previously unimaginable change. Standing together and following through on our commitments only makes us stronger. I think. What do you think at first? You go first, and I'll tell you what I think this is.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a positive sign. I think there's a reason that Senator Lindsey Graham is traveling to Israel. That wouldn't happen randomly. So obviously, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I think that
something to do with what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that possibly, okay, not certain. The decision has been made for this to be an Israeli-led attack with the support of the United States.
Interesting. That would be fantastic. That would be fantastic.
What do you guys think in the chat? I hope so, yeah.
Guess who messaged me and is now following me on Instagram?
Who? Somebody big. Prince Reza Pahlavi?
Check your WhatsApp.
Oh God, hold on. Oh my God, who? No! Oh my God! Oh wow!
He saw my video where I go after Charandi, where I go after the Islamic regime the Joseph Goebbels, and
Wow.
now he follows me. So now we're mutuals. So it's no,
Amazing.
it's guys, it's someone named Ali Karimi. Do you wanna explain who he is, Armin?
So he's a huge celebrity, like soccer player among Iranians. He's like one of the highest celebrities among Iranians. So you guys are not gonna know him, but for us Iranians, he's like top high. Like imagine the greatest, whatever sports you're in, celebrity. That's him for us. Oh,
And
look,
he-
the Iranians in the chat are saying, what? The Iranians in the chat. Okay, so the Iranians in the chat are impressed.
See,
That's
the
good.
Iranians get it. The Iranians get it. So here, let me just show you guys. So, and like we all love Ali Karimi. Yeah. So I think because he saw so 468 following, and I'm one of those now. See, so now he follows me. He follows me back. So guys, I think what it is he saw the video where I go after Charandi, right? The one where I call out Charandi and I was like, وقت که گرفتیمت تیکه نوک انگشت کوچیکت تیکه whatever. So yeah, he reached out and then he wanted me to share some footage, because remember when I said that the footage was fake? I said the footage was from 2020, and then Charandi was lying and he was like, no, it's not, right? So he messaged me.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he messaged me and then he sent me this. So look at this, guys. This is how do I make this big? This is thing I don't like about Instagram. It's like I don't, it's hard. How do you make this big? But anyway. So you can see, so the top part, the top part, that's what was being used in the helicopter. And then the bottom part, that's footage from like 2020. Okay. So this is like the craziness here, where the regime literally took the footage from, oh, what happened?
That
Anyways,
Instagram sucks.
I know. It's so frustrating.
Everything Method makes sucks. But yeah.
Yeah, I have to fix that.
You
But
should
anyways,
download. You should
there you
download
go.
the video and show. Yeah, okay. That's an important video that you just showed us. That comparison, that was very
Yeah.
important.
I'm gonna
should
find
download
it.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it. I'm
Yeah.
gonna download it and then I'll show it to you guys. But you can go to the next update while I do that.
Oh, okay.
If you have
Okay.
any major updates.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'll find
I
that.
do. I have a video from Israel.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me get this. I have a video from Israel, which I think you guys are gonna love.
We're all
So hold on, let's go to the beginning. You guys have the audio from this,
Wait,
right?
we have some football fans. Look at this. I'm a huge football fan and saw Persian legends Feridun Zandi and Ali Karimi back at the World Cup in the early 2000s. Yeah, that's the Ali Karimi. That's the same Ali Karimi who reached out to me. So there you go. He sent me the video. He's like, this is the footage that shows it. Send it to Pierce Morgan's team. So that's exactly what I did. Yeah, that's our beloved Ali Karimi. We have so much love and respect for him, and he's been such a huge
Ali Karimi, otherwise known as the Jadugar, the magician, because of what he does
magician.
with the ball. Yeah.
Yeah. And so and he's been a huge advocate for free Iran. So there you go.
Yes. He actually sacrificed a lot to support Princess Pahlavi.
Yeah.
Because he left a lot of his wealth and everything to leave Iran to support Princess Pahlavi. And when he lost all of it, he said, "Fadai sare," like he basically said, "I don't care. I will support the Iranian people even if I lose all my money." So he sacrificed most of his wealth for the Islamic Republic to take over because he wanted to be on the right side of history.
And now he's living in exile too.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's saying, look at this in chat. We got a super chat from Israel. Oh, that's so, you guys are so kind. Hold on, let me go to this last super chat. Where is it? I forgot, where is it? Elad. Oh, here. Saying my safe room is ready. Get it done.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, I wish. I wish.
That's so sweet. In fact, that's the video that I have. It's basically the same message. So let's play this.
Okay.
As an Israeli woman who is also 38 weeks pregnant, I want to make something extremely clear. We're all talking about the chances of what happens if ballistic missiles are going to be flying here from Iran because Trump has done something against the regime. Let me make it very clear. As an Israeli woman who is 38 weeks pregnant, I am completely willing to sit in my shelter in order to see this regime topple, this illegal dictatorship that has taken over the people of Iran, the amazing, wonderful, and educated people of Iran who deserve better. And for 50 years, the world has sat by and done nothing. This regime has killed tens of thousands of its own people. Nothing like the civilians that died in the war in Gaza, the war that Gaza started. These are people fighting for their own rights, their own liberties. And the feminists around the world are silent. The progressives are silent. All the anti-Kasparians out there who are trying to blame America and blame Israel. This has nothing to do with Israel right now. So as a Jew, as an ally of the Persian people for over 2,500 years, ever since the days of Cyrus the Great, we will return the favor. We will sit in the shelters so that you can have your freedom. And the biggest state sponsor of terror will finally come to an end.
Wow. That was so nice. Oh my gosh. The love and support we're getting from Israel is amazing. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you for that. Okay, so here's the video. Here's the video. So remember yesterday?
Oh my
wow.
God, I got
Thank you.
$100 super chat. That's crazy. Well, thank you. Saying thank you for you and Goldie doing this. Well, no, thank you. Oh my God.
Thank you for
That's
being
very
here with
generous.
us.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the video, guys. Remember, I showed you my Pierce Morgan interview, right? The clip where I basically called out the Joseph Goebbels, and I was like, this footage is from 2020. So the helicopter, like that's helicopter man on top, right? And then on the bottom, that's the exact same footage from like 5-6 years ago or something. Okay, so just like compare the two here. Literally the same thing. Except you can tell this one is completely like the one on the bottom, it's completely clear. Exactly. The one on top, it's a helicopter green screen, right? But the official spokesperson for the Islamic dictatorship is giving out that top footage, and they're sharing it with all of the news networks. And they're claiming that this is actually like legit, right? And the reason that they want to go one-on-one is because they don't want Iranians to come on and question it, right? And call out their lies. So here, watch this. There you go. So they basically just took like random clips, and yeah, so like that's how messed up. Are we winning? We're always winning. We've never been closer to victory. We've never been closer to victory.
It's almost there. We're almost there.
The final push. And the regime, they're actually beginning to crack, right? Like that phone call was wild, Armin.
Yeah.
That phone call from the girl?
Yeah.
The one with the subtitles?
Yes. Yeah.
Should we play that again?
Yes. That's a good.
I think
with the subtitles, or should I translate?
No. Well, I mean, we can go with the subtitles, but wherever it's wrong, you can just translate. But I think the subtitle.
Oh, that's a good idea. A combination.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. That's smart. Let me remove this. Also, wait. I have just one picture before I. Good news. This is one of the main people of the regime, who seems to be flying away to Istanbul. Oh wait, I'm not showing it on the screen here. So Garibabadi was taking a picture of him on the plane on a flight to Turkey, which is more proof that they are running away. So this is a good sign.
Yeah, that coincides with what that girl said when she was calling in.
Yes,
about how they're
exactly.
all getting ready to escape and how they're all escaping, right? Ooh.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is one of the high, and he's in the economy class part of the flight, which shows that they're running out of money. I mean, these people are usually used to like really luxurious type of lifestyle. So the fact that he's on the economy class is like weird for these type of people. All right, so let me get the video with the second one with the subtitles.
فاطمه جان درود.
Oh, I also want to point out, because I know there's people from Turkey watching us. Guys, I just want to make it very clear. Whenever we talk about like Turkey or like whatever country, we're not referring to the people. We're referring to the government. Like, we love the Turkish people. We have no issues with the Turkish people. It's like the Turkish, policies or government or whatever. So this channel is nothing but love, nothing but love. Unless you're like a jihadi terrorist, then we'll just ban you, because I have no tolerance for jihadi terrorists.
We will never forget that Reza Shah was inspired by Ataturk.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
And also, by the way, I also have an interview with Noor Pahlavi. That just came out. If you want to watch that as well, just 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
Let's do the other one first, because this one is more hopeful. So we can do that one, and then we can go to the Noor Pahlavi one, which will kind of give us maybe more hope.
Sounds good. All right. So I have to listen and read the subtitles at the same time to just correct it when it's wrong, right? So I only stop it when it's wrong. Is that
up to you? Up to you. Like, if there's any corrections you want to make, right? It's whatever you think.
Okay. Well, guys, do you want me to translate the whole thing or just correct it when it's wrong? I could translate the whole thing, because it's going to be hard for me to read and listen at the same time.
So just translate it, then just translate the whole thing.
Just translate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just do what you did the first time.
All right, sounds good.
فاطمه جان درود به شما، به برنامه خوش اومدید.
So Fatima, hi Fatima, welcome to the show.
سلام. صدای من میشنوید؟
بله خانم.
Hi, do you hear my voice?
رسادر.
Yes, we do. We do is very clear.
خدمتین. خوش آمدید.
من از داخل نظام تماس میگیرم.
Okay, I'm calling from inside the regime. By the way, guys, I saw some people in our community were confused about who's calling who. This show, Manitou, is outside of Iran. That's important. So Manitou, so this is good for you guys to understand. We have two media outside of Iran that delivers the news. That is made by the Iranian diaspora. Like, it's not inside Iran, it's outside Iran. The number one popular one is Iran International, but the one that is more pro-Pahlavi is Manitou. So Iran International is number one when it comes to viewership. And again, this is news media outside of Iran, right? But Manitou is the second most popular source for news for Iranians. But a lot of monarchists and pro-Pahlavi people trust Manitou more because it's more pro-Pahlavi, right? So this is from Manitou. You can see here, up here, this is Manitou. So that's where this is from. So the woman who's calling, she's calling from inside Iran to Manitou, which is Iranian media outside of Iran. So I think that I should have given that context later for people who are not familiar with these, so that you know what's happening, okay?
فاطمه جان درود به شما، به برنامه خوش اومدید.
Yeah, guys, I know there's subtitle, but the subtitles are wrong because they used AI to translate it. So I'm going to just translate it as I'm hearing it, so that you have the correct version.
سلام.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying, Armin, it has subtitle. Maybe I should put on the one without subtitles so you don't get confused at why I'm translating it. You keep saying it. You
No,
keep
no, no.
saying it has subtitle.
Just ignore. Just
okay,
ignore
okay.
the because you
Just
already
ignore it.
explained what it
Okay,
is.
okay.
Yeah, just do your thing.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay.
فاطمه جان درود به شما، به برنامه خوش اومدید.
سلام. صدای من میشنوید؟
بله خانم، رسا در خدمتیم. خوش آمدید.
من از داخل نظام تماس
So I'm calling from within the regime.
میگیرم.
بله.
پدر من جزو یکی از عوامل نیروی سرکوبگره.
Yeah, so my father is one of the regime forces that is against the people, repressing the people.
میتونم بگم شما آقای رادان رو میشناسین؟
بله.
So he says, do you know Mr. Radon? And again, for context, Mr. Radon is the main commander of the repressive forces. So everybody knows him. And he says,
شوربختی نام منحوسش رو میشناسیم و قیافه.
so it's like unfortunately I know his cursed name and his ugly face. We know him.
چرکش رو دیدیم بارها.
Yeah, but everybody who's involved in politics in Iran, they know Radon. Radon has a huge history of killing and suppressing the Iranian people. He's like the main guy in charge.
بله من خیلی ترس و استرس دارم.
So she's saying like, yes, okay, I am under a lot of fear and stress right now.
میتونم بگم هم سطح جنایتکار رادان هست پدر من.
So she's saying my father is at the same when it comes to the level of crimes committed, my father is at the same level as Radon.
من فقط میخوام یه چیزی رو بگم.
جان.
I just want to say one thing, and she said, "Go on, yeah, my dear, go."
به مردم ایران، به این سرکوبگرا،
to the people of Iran, to the regime forces that are oppressing us.
حواستون باشه. این فرمانده هاتون ساک و چمدوناشون رو بستن.
So the commanders of the regime, so she's saying to the commanders of the regime, they have their suitcases ready filled with money.
برای من که دخترش هستم، برای مادرم، برای تمام اعضای خانواده‌مون پاسپورت‌های جعلی درست کردن.
So the regime has created fake passwords for the regime forces to run away. So she's the daughter of one of the commanders of this, the anti-riot police, and she's saying that my dad has passports for me, for my mother, and for all of our family members. We have fake passports to basically be able to run away. The regime has given it.
تخصصات جعلی که ما رو فراری بدن به خارج. پدر من چمدون دلار تو خونه قایم.
So they have suitcases filled with dollars in their home.
مدام با تلفنش منو بگین بیام دادگاه لاهه.
So she interrupted herself here. She was saying that she's constantly on her phone. The father is constantly on his phone. So she's going to get back to that point. But she cut herself, and then she said that please get somebody to bring me to the Hague court.
من یه آدم زندم، شاهدم که چه
So she's saying, I'm a live witness. I'm a live witness to these people's crimes. I'm a live witness to the crimes of just my father. Like even just my father. Like there's a lot of crimes that just my father has committed, and I could be a witness.
فاطمه جان.
الان دستور میده بکشین.
So now she went back to the thought that she started a thought, and then now she's going back to this. She's saying that my father is constantly ordering to kill. So she said, my father is constantly on the phone, and then she switched the topic, and she said, like, please get somebody to bring me to the Hague, to the court in the Hague. My father is telling people to kill. His father is a commander, and he's ordering the killing of the Iranian people in the streets. Where should I go? She says, I have photos, I have documents, I have evidence, I have videos. Just get me to bring me somewhere so I could offer this evidence. So she was involved, even though she's the daughter of a commander. She's saying, I was involved in the protest during the Mahsa Revolution. So in 3 years ago, she was involved in the protest, and she's saying they arrested me for a and 3 of her. So see, the translation is wrong. So she's saying that they arrested me and 3 of my friends.
من عکس دارم، فیلم دارم، مدارک دارم. ما اینا نیستیم. من سر جنبش مهسا رفتم، منو گرفتن.
So they captured her during the Mahsa Revolution, and she and 3 of her friends were arrested.
ولی منو شناختن، پدرم اومد منو آزاد کرد.
So she said, but they recognized me. My father came and they released me, right? Because she's the daughter of a commander, of an IRGC commander. They released her. So again, the translation is wrong. She's saying in the same house, like the house of her father beat her with the baton. Yeah. You see the translation.
ولی منو شناختن، پدرم اومد منو آزاد کرد. تو همون خونه باتون به سر من شوکر زد به من.
So they use, again, this is okay. So in the house of her father, he beat her in the head with the baton, and they used a shocker on her. So I'm assuming it's an electric shocker. So they think shoker, guys, Iranians, when it says shoker, does that mean like an electric shocker?
پدرت
So the guy, taser, a taser. So her own father used when she came and took her from prison, her own father used the baton on her head, and also used the taser on her. And the interviewer, this man over here, he was shocked. He was like, "Pedaret," meaning like your father did that.
ولی منو شناختن، پدرم اومد منو آزاد کرد. تو همون
Guys, thank you to the Iranians who give me the correct word. Thank you.
پدرت
She's saying that he hit me so that I wouldn't go in the protests anymore, but my friends, they didn't let my friends go. So even though she was released, her 3 friends stayed in jail. Oh my God. So here.
پدرت
که من نرم، ولی دوستای من دوستامو ول نکردم، به اونا تجاوز شد.
She's saying they raped my friends. They raped them in prison.
ما این درد داره، به کی بیایم بگیم بابا
So like who can we come and tell this pain to? Like we have so much pain, who can we share this with?
که من نرم، ولی دوستای من دوستامو ول نکردم، به اونا تجاوز شد. ما این درد داره، به کی بیایم بگیم بابا این لامصب پدرم، ولی من ازش متنفرم.
Like this disgusting man, he's my father, but I hate him.
ما اینا رو نمیخوایم.
We don't want these people.
ما از خانواده ایناییم. پدرم، ولی من ازش متنفرم. ما اینا رو نمیخوایم. ما از خانواده ایناییم، ولی اینا دارن بچه هاشونم میکشن.
So she's saying, people, we are from these people's family, like we are from the regime family, but they're also killing their own children. So she's trying to appeal to because a lot of Iranian people consider that regime people to be not human, different from the Iranian people, completely separate. But she's trying to tell the Iranian people that even though she's the children of these people, she's also being oppressed by them. She's saying they're killing their own children. No. Okay, the translation was wrong. So they're also being cruel to their own children, not killing. They're also being cruel to their own children. Killing and suppressing, sorry. Yeah. So she's saying, oh, the people who have been giving guns, who have been giving batons, who have been giving tasers.
ما از خانواده ایناییم ولی اینا دارن بچه هاشونم میکشن سرکوب میکنن
So,
که دست باتوم دادن شکر برقی دادن تفنگ دادن که بری همشهریاتو بکشی میدونی اینا تقریب تو بشه اولین کسایی که فرار میکنن همینان.
so he's telling the people who are killing the Iranian people in the streets, she's calling upon them. She's saying that you who have been given guns and batons and tasers to go and attack your fellow citizens, do you know that as soon as anything happens, your commanders are the first one to run away? Like basically she's saying, why are you following their orders? They're the people who are commanding you. They're the first people who would run away.
شما کجا میخواین جواب بدی با کی؟
So who are you going to be answerable to? So she's basically saying that your commanders will abandon you. They're not going to be answerable to anybody, but who are actually killing the Iranian people in the streets. You are going to be the ones who are answerable, who are going to be have to be answered for your crimes because your commanders have the means to run away.
جواب میخواین بدی نکنید
So she said, don't do it. Stop it. Don't kill your fellow citizens.
اینو نکنید من تلفنمو میذارم رو خط
Like, okay, she's saying like, I'm gonna be on the line, so just ask me any question.
که بخواد هر دادگاهی بخواد پیش هر
For any court,
رئیس جمهوری بخواد میگم اینا کیان
any nation you want to come, anywhere that you want me, I will come, and I will tell you who these people are,
کارهای کثیفی که
what dirty deeds they have done.
نکردن از خونه شروع کردن
They,
تجاوز کردن به بچه هاشون میفهمی؟
so she said, do you understand? These people, they start at home. They rape their own children. Do you understand?
میدونین ما خودمون چه دردی کشیدیم از
Do you know that we ourselves, what pain we're experiencing? So she's telling the Iranian people that you're not alone in your pain. Even at home, we're also experiencing pain from these people.
پدرهای سنگدل
From these hard-hearted fathers, from these fathers with hearts of stone.
به زور سرمون چادر کردن
They forced veils on our head. They forced us to pray. They forced us to do the night prayer. The night prayer is a special kind of prayer in Islam that extra religious people do.
نماز گفتن بخون نماز شب بخون من زایدم به اون
Sweet.
اسلای سنگدل به زور سرمون چادر کردن نماز گفتن بخون نماز شب بخون من زایدم به اون اسلامشون.
Say, forgive me for saying this, but I shit on their Islam. Again, this translation is wrong. Say, forgive me for saying this, but I shit on their Islam.
من هنوز محجبم بخاطر
I still wear the hijab
اجبار پدرم مادر
because my father and my mother forced me.
ما خودمون زد کشیدیم. من
We also suffer.
اگه توانی داشتم اولین نفری بودم که اینو بکشم.
If I had any ability, I would be the first person who would kill my father.
من 2 بار خودکشی کردم ولی
I tried to commit suicide twice,
موفق بود به خاطر مادرم
but I wasn't successful because my mother saved my life.
نجاتم داد. نمیتونستم
couldn't.
از بچگی این ننگ رو تحمل کنم.
From childhood, I couldn't endure this shame.
اینا همه خانواده‌شون مثل شبخانی نیستن. همه اونطوری با
Okay, so she's saying that to the Iranian people that not all of the families of the regime are like Shamkhani. So Shamkhani is one of the highest officials within the Islamic Republic. He's one of the main advisors of Khamenei, and he's famous for being very rich, and his entire family live very, very luxurious lives. And she's trying to tell the Iranian people that please understand that not all of us who are in the families of the regime officials, we don't have those lives. Like we're also suffering.
بچه‌هاشون رفتار نمی‌کنن.
not all of them treat their own children like
ای
this.
نیروی سرکوبگر همین امروز اون باتومتو بذار کنار برو
So she's saying to the repressive force, to the riot police, that please put your baton away today
پیش مردم.
and join the people.
من بچه اونام، من با اون نون حروم اون بزرگ شدم. سرکوبگر همین امروز اون باتومتو بذار کنار برو پیش مردم. من بچه اونام،
So I'm one of their children.
من با اون نون حروم اون بزرگ شدم. شرم بر من.
So she's saying I'm one of the people who grew up eating the food of those people, like grew up in their family. So shame on me that I grew up eating the food. Basically, she's saying that shame on me that I grew up eating the food that was stolen from the people, like from the unjustified, like not unjustified wealth that they took from the Iranian people, and she grew up eating that food. So she's saying shame on me.
امروز اون باتومتو بذار کنار برو پیش مردم. من بچه اونام، من با اون نون حروم اون بزرگ شدم. شرم بر من.
تو گناهی نداری
So he's saying you're not guilty. You're not guilty.
دخترم.
My girl, you're not guilty, my girl.
تو خودت قربانی.
You yourself as a victim are a victim.
و درود به شجاعتت.
And salute to your courage.
نیستم. اگه بودم کاری میکردم.
She's saying, no, I'm not brave. If I was brave, I would have done something.
دستم خالی.
But my hands are empty. I am very young. I have no age.
سنی
داری
ندارم.
کاری میکنی. این
He's saying you are doing something. You made this
همین
call.
تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که
This call that you have made is the biggest thing you could have
انجام
done.
دادی. تو کار بزرگی. تو خیلی شجاعی.
This is the very big thing you did. You are very brave.
پادشاه ما رو نجات بده.
She's saying, "Oh King of Kings, please come save us." So she's referring to Prince Reza Pahlavi. And look, guys, please listen to the desperation in her voice when she says, "Oh King of Kings, please come save
همین
us."
تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی. تو کار بزرگی. تو خیلی شجاعی.
Listen to this.
پادشاه ما رو نجات بده.
Oh Padishah Padishahan, Mara Najat Bade. Oh King of Kings, come save us. So she's calling to Prince Reza Pahlavi to come save them. Just one more time, listen to her when she says again, listen for these words. Padishah Padishahan, Mara Najat Bade. Means, oh King of Kings, come save us.
این همین تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی. تو کار بزرگی. تو خیلی شجاعی.
پادشاه ما رو نجات بده. اگه صدای منو میشنوی.
If you can hear me,
همیشه به ما گفت این خاندان بد بودن.
they always told us that this bloodline is evil. It was bad, meaning the Pahlavi. So now he's talking about Prince Reza Pahlavi. He's saying that they always told us that this bloodline is evil,
ظلم بودن، ظالم
that they were oppressive, that they were cruel.
بودن. ولی چشم باز کردم دیدم نه واقعی.
Oh, but I opened my eyes and I saw no, the reality was something
یک
else.
چیز دیگه است. ظلم بالا سرم گوش.
So the actual cruelty was not Pahlavi. The actual cruelty is right above my head, which means his father. Is by my ear, is right by my ear, which means like it's by my side, it's right next to me. It wasn't Pahlavi.
گوشمه، پدرمه، مادرمه.
My father. So the real cruelty is my father, is my mother.
بعد یه چیزی هم میخواستم بگم.
So I wanted to add something else.
اینا خیلی ریزش کردن.
Okay, this translation is totally wrong. It says there is a lot of defection. There are a lot of defection, meaning that there's many people are leaving the regime. Many regime forces are defecting from the regime.
دارن مدام زنگ میزنن به فک و فامیل.
So they are constantly calling their family.
باس میکنن با دلارهای زیاد که بیاین جزو نیروی سرکوبگرشین.
So her evidence. So she's saying that there's so much defection from the anti-riot police and regime forces that the people within the regime, they're calling their own family members and asking them to come help attack the Iranian people because there's not enough of them. She's saying that they're calling their own family members and they're begging them to come in the streets and attack the people. And they're giving a lot of dollars, US dollars, to people who come help them to attack the Iranian people because they don't have enough people.
اعتراضاتو خاموش کنید.
Yeah.
دارن مدام زنگ میزنن به فک و فامیل التباس میکنن با دلارهای زیاد که بیاین جزو نیروی سرکوبگر شید.
To come join the repressive force,
اعتراضاتو خاموش
to shut down the protests.
نمیان
But they're not coming. They're afraid. They're afraid.
میترسن. خیلی ریزش
So even though they're calling their own family members to come join the repressive forces, they're not joining because they're afraid.
کردن.
So she's saying again, this is wrong. So there's a lot of defection. There's a lot of rizish. Rizish means defecting, from the regime.
فاطمه از مردم ترسیدن.
So the guy, the man asks here, the host asks, hey, Fatima, are they afraid of the people? Like, are the regime people afraid of the people, the regime forces?
باشین مردم. من دارم بهتون میگم. اول نمیان میترسن. خیلی ریزش کردن.
فاطمه از مردم ترسیدن.
هوشیار باشین مردم.
So she's saying be aware, people, not be careful. She's saying be aware, people.
من دارم بهتون میگم. اولین حق به تو بشه. جا دارن. پاسپورت دارن به اسم.
So as soon as something happens, these are the first people that would run away. They have their passports, they have their fake passports, they have their dollars, they have their fake name.
دلار دارن. خونه‌های
So they have their fake passports and they have their dollars and they have big good houses, in the basically if they're leaving Iran, they already have prepared good houses for them to go to.
همچنانی دارن. من میتونم از این امکان.
So this lady over here, she said koja, like she wanted to know where. Like a lot of people want to know because a lot of the highest officials within the regime, they already have somewhere to go when they're running away, but people want to know where are these destinations. So she said koja, meaning like where are these houses?
بهتون میگم. اولین حق به تو بشه. جا دارن. پاسپورت دارن به اسم جعلی. دلار دارن. خونه‌های آنچنانی دارن. من میتونم از این امکانات استفاده کنم ولی خودمو به خطر انداختم.
So she says that I could have used these opportunities to run away and go somewhere to take advantage of these opportunities because she's one of that family. But she's saying she has decided to just risk her life and basically come here and tell us this.
دارم بهتون میگم. بذارین کنار. دستتون.
So she's saying I'm risking my life to come and tell you this.
خونه‌های آنچنانی دارن. من میتونم از این امکانات استفاده کنم ولی خودمو به خطر انداختم. دارم بهتون میگم. بذارین کنار. دستتون.
So she said instead of like going with her family, she's coming here to risk her life to be able to tell the regime forces to just stop this. Stop dirtying their hands with the blood of the Iranian people.
از این به خون آلوده نکنی.
فاطمه جانم تماس رو
So she's saying, my dear Fatima, don't hang
قطع
up.
نکن. اجازه بده من همکارانم
Let my colleagues be on the
پشت
line
خط با تو باشن و
with you and let me.
اجازه بده من
اسمم فاطمه نیست.
She's saying my name is not Fatima.
الان هیچی نمی
So now the guy is saying you don't give us your name.
بر من.
الان هیچی نمیخواد
So she's saying shame on me.
بگی فاطمه.
سپری.
Oh, now I understand why she called herself Fatima. So her real name is not Fatima, but the reason why she's using the name Fatima is because she named herself after Fatima Sepehri. Fatima Sepehri is one of the pro-Pahlavi, brave Iranian women who's right now, as we speak, in jail. She's really old, and she's like not in a good health condition, but the regime is keeping her in jail under the worst conditions because she's pro-Pahlavi and anti-regime. And so she's saying, I am Fatima Sepehri.
گوهر عشقیم.
I am Gohar Ishqi.
من مهسا امینیم.
I am Mahsa Amini. I am Nika, meaning I am Nika Shakaremi. So she's saying, these are the names of the Iranian women who died in the previous waves of the revolution, except the first one, Fatima Seperi, who's still alive. She's saying, I am these women. I am these women who died, or women who have paid the heaviest prices to fight for this revolution. So she says, I am those people.
الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی فاطمه.
I am Fatima Sepehri. I am Gohar Ishqi.
گوهر عشقیم.
I am Mahsa Amini. I am Nika Shakarami.
من مهسا امینیم. من نیکا.
تو عزیز دلی.
So
Armin,
she's
Armin,
saying you're-
just a quick note. So for our viewers, yes, I'm monitoring 2C TV. It's starting in like 8 minutes. Don't worry, I'll go to 2C TV. But thank you guys.
yeah, don't worry, guys. We have only 45 seconds of this left, so we're going to be able to catch 2CTV.
گوهر عشقیم. من مهسا امینیم. من نیکا.
تو عزیز دلی.
You are a sweetheart. You're
تو
brave.
شجاعی. تو شیرزنی.
You're a lioness.
کنی که کردم. من شاید بدم من
Wait,
نیکا.
تو عزیز دلی. تو شجاعی. تو شیرزنی.
تلفنی که کردم. من شاید بدم منو بکشه. شاید بفهمم.
like because she's saying because of this call I made, my father is possibly going to kill me.
من شاید نمیدونم. من
I don't know. I don't have any life security
امنیت جانی ندارم. چون برام پیش اومد. من رفتم به
because this has already happened to me.
اعتراض کردم. پشت مهسا بودم. چرا اون
So I went to the protest. I was supporting Mahsa Amini when she died. She's saying I participated in the
منو
protest.
بکشه. شاید بفهمم. شاید نمیدونم. من هیچ امنیت جانی ندارم. چون برام پیش اومد. من رفتم اعتراض کردم. پشت مهسا بودم. چرا اون دختر
So she's saying why was
شهرستانی بود. مهمون
so why did they so she's saying why did they kill Mahsa? She was from a smaller city. She was a guest in our city.
ما بود. چرا کشتنش؟
Why did they kill her? She was our guest.
منو گرفتم بردن خیابون.
So she was involved in the protest during Mahsa Amini protest, and they arrested her.
وزارت اطلاعات
So they took her to Wazarat Talat, which is the intelligence ministry. So that's where they usually interrogate people.
وزرا اگه بشناسید چه جاییه با چه جور تحقیق
Like if you could understand what a place that is, the humiliation, with what level of humiliation they treat you
بابا
there.
رفتار کردم. بعد که فهمیدم که منو آزاد کرد.
As when they found out who I am, when they found out that I am the daughter of what person, they released me. So her father is apparently somebody. This woman, her father is apparently someone very important, one of the main commanders, even as high as Radan, like close to Radan. So she said that when they found out who my father is, they released me.
دوستان به من گفتن خوشبحاله.
So my friends, the friends that she went protesting with, my friends told me that lucky you.
اسم پدرتو دادی.
You gave your father's name and they released you. So when she was being released, her friends told her, like, lucky you get to be released because who your father is.
آزادت کردن. ولی ننگ بر من.
And she's saying that means shame on me. Shame on me. She has survivor guilt, right? This is basically classic case of survivor guilt. She's saying shame. So when her friends told her that lucky you that you get to tell your father's name and be released, she's feeling shame. This happened 3 years ago. So she's been living with this shame for 3 years.
و همون دوستان تو اون زندان تجاوز شد.
So like in the same prison, they raped my friends in that prison. So she got released, but the 3 friends that she left behind, they raped all her friends in the same prison. This is why we say تک تکتون رو پیدا میکنیم. کثافت‌های عوضی. شما انسان نیستین.
I know. No
I'm
swear.
not using any swear words. I'm not using any swear words.
That's true.
I'm
I
not
guess.
using any swear
Okay.
words.
All right. All right, go ahead. Say what you want to say. I know it's on your mind.
Just that
Yeah.
تک تکتون رو پیدا میکنیم. کاری باهاتون میکنیم که Let me not say it because I don't want you to get in trouble. Goldie.
Now you guys understand why I said to that Nazi a few days ago, I said to the Nazi, when we catch you, the biggest piece of your body will be the tip of your pinky finger. This is why. This is why we say things like this.
When Nazi Germany fell, the Nazis ran away all around the world. Jews, Israeli Jews, found you. They went in all corners of the world. They didn't rest until they found every single Nazi that was killing Jews during the Holocaust, and they eliminated every single one of them. That is exactly what we're going to do. That is our model. We're going to copy what the Jews did to the Nazis after the fall of Nazi Germany. We're going to find every single one of you. Whatever hole you're hiding in, we're going to find you, and we're going to make you pay for your crimes. Every single one of you. None of you is safe. None of you will ever be safe.
And don't think that just because we're not showing all of the images of the horrific massacres that we don't know what's going on. We know exactly what's going on, but the only reason we're not playing those images and videos right now is because we're focusing on, winning the revolution. And there will be more than enough time to mourn our victims and to mourn our heroes after we win. But right now, our focus is on winning. So that's why we're not showing in any of those videos, because there's just no point. There's no point. It's not going to help us in any way, shape, or form. And people in Iran have said to us to not show those videos and to focus instead on their bravery, which is what we're doing instead.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Tusi starting soon.
Let's
So
go
I can
to that.
switch over. All right, I'll switch over to this. And how did your discussion group go? What were you talking about today?
Oh, people were just having questions regarding, military issues, like stuff that it was like nerdy. I'm talking about, Trump's strategy, like Israel's involvement. Where is Trump going to strike? The reasons for the timing, like getting into like geopolitical military stuff. It was very interesting.
So can you actually talk about that a little bit more? So for people who, because I know for those of you who've been watching our live stream for a while now, Armin takes a break in the middle of the day, does his discussion group. So now that we're waiting, we have a few minutes, 1 minute waiting for Tusi. Did you want to just explain that a little bit? Like what it's about, how it works, what people can expect when they join your discussion group?
Oh, wow. Thank you, Goldie. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. Right. So, yeah. So we have a discussion group that we get into more detailed stuff where people could, and it's not just me talking. Everybody could open their mic, and you don't have to open your camera if you don't want to. You could speak on audio only, or you could just come and just listen. And people ask questions, and I respond, and other people respond. We have a security expert there, and military, a security expert there. We have geopolitical experts there. We have also ordinary people there that are just there to ask questions, but we also have some high level people there that are giving us some really higher level sophisticated answers, which is a lot of fun. And it's a lot of, I think a lot of people appreciate that it's friendly. It's very engaging, and sometimes it gets goofy and crazy, and sometimes it gets really high level analysis and nerdy. So yeah, and we had it before this revolution started, and we were basically talking American politics, European politics. We're talking immigration. We talked Israel. We talked Iran. We talked American politics. Everything basically.
Wait, it's starting. Starting.
Yeah, but now we're just talking Iran. Can I post the link? I'll post the link.
Yeah, post the link.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the top of the leadership of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is now split, as we are getting some updates from inside the country about how everything is falling apart for Ali Khamenei's inner circle. We now also have confirmation from the White House directly speaking to the Wall Street Journal that the United States military have been put on standby, which is not really a surprise, and they are ready for President Trump to give the green light. Of course, that doesn't mean it's going to happen now or tonight. And USS Abraham Lincoln is now obviously on its way. It's going to take a few days to get there, but things could kick off because they believe that in case the Islamic Republic decides to do a preemptive attack, which I personally think that's still unlikely, that they have to be on standby. There's a lot happening. The biggest part of this is we're going to give you guys the details of what is going on from the American side, but we also have some videos from inside the country, Iran, to show you, but the split at the top and some inside information about what are the top figures of the IRGC doing right now. Now let's go to the latest updates right this second. The USS Abraham Lincoln is still on its way towards Iran and the Middle East. Of course, this is a major escalation, and this has been used for the major operations, of course, in the 90s and 2000s when it came to Iraq, Afghanistan. Having said that, the reasoning or speculations that we discussed earlier about what happened last night. Now, of course, if you want to watch that live stream, we did that previously, just go watch the whole thing and what I explained. But there's a lot of people who are obviously trying to pretend they know what's going on. Nobody knows what's actually going on. But one of the things that they said was that Israel also asked the US to delay the attack because they were not fully ready in case the Islamic Republic tries to do something stupid against Israel. Since then, Jerusalem have not denied those claims. They haven't confirmed it, but they haven't denied it. The Arabs, of course, have said that you can't use our airspace, which means obviously the USS Abraham Lincoln is the most important, crucial tool to be used. President Trump has also been told that he needed more troops because this is not going to be just about Ali Khamenei. This isn't really just about taking out the leadership or a couple of airstrikes. There has to be a full-on comprehensive attack if there is going to be. So obviously more resources are now being added. President Trump, as I said, has now ordered the troops to be ready in case of the attack on Iran. They are basically just waiting for the green light. Now, President Trump is unpredictable. Technically speaking, something could happen tonight. It's still unlikely because what is the point of waiting for USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, to get there? That's still going to take some time anyway. But Pentagon is on high alert. We're going to show you the evidence of the pizza tracker that shows everybody's busy right now. Nobody's going home at this point. And we also have the satellite, the latest satellite images of the aircraft carrier that is on its way to the Middle East towards Iran. Meanwhile, the rhetoric from the US government remains the same and consistent, saying obviously President Trump never gave any promise on when the attack will happen. The only thing that we had was by Tuesday, which was 2 days ago, he was going to be presented with a range of options and targets. And that actually happened on Monday, as they also confirmed. But last night, everybody got excited because obviously, so things could be happening. Airspace is closing, and then nothing happened at the end. And then people somehow blamed it on Trump, saying you promised. He didn't promise. He never said when or how. And he's still not saying anything in terms of when or how. But more troops are being added. Now, the reality of the situation is the rhetoric is still the same from the White House directly. Caroline Leavitt, we're going to go to her. The U.S. envoy to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, who came out earlier at the United Nations Security Council saying that President Trump is a man of action, not endless talk like what we see at the UN.
President Trump is a man of action, not endless talk like we see at the United Nations. He has made it clear all options are on the table to stop the slaughter.
So, the interesting thing about the narrative from the White House is they're still primarily focusing on, they can't publicly say anything about regime change. President Trump has posted on social media a couple of times, but the official rhetoric is stopping the slaughter. Now, We know that's nonsense because it's not really about the slaughter. It is about the direct threat from the Islamic Republic. This is a bigger game than what's actually happening on the streets of Iran. And when you look at the imminent threat to the Middle East and to the world, they all agree that the IRGC is a threat. But of course, the Persian Gulf Arab countries are freaking out about what could happen to them. Now, they don't like it. They don't like any instability. So obviously, as usual, they've been lobbying against it. That's not really a surprise. That's not the first time. We had the same thing in June. But more videos are coming from Iran. People are not giving up despite the martial law that has now been imposed in most parts of the country. Let's go to Mashhad. Parts of Mashhad is obviously under full restrictions, but the other parts, people are still coming out. Now, the IRGC as well are not helping their own case, because the senior IRGC general and member of the Islamic Republic's Expediency Council, Mohsen Rezai, said that we will cut off Trump's hand and finger. It's a very specific threat, by the way. Why? Why hand and finger? But the reason that they believe they can do this is because they are playing a game of chicken. And you would think that this is the sign of strength or even bluffing, for example. No, this is also a distraction. While they themselves, a lot of the people at the top of the IRGC have already packed up their bags. And we have the evidence, which I'm going to show you as well. And we have obviously shown you some of the evidence over the last couple of weeks, especially when it comes to the families of these guys. But as I said, going to
Yeah, I just wanted to point out like how insane these people are. Like, you know, they're the Islamic Republic, you know, this brutal savage dictatorship. They're threatening the president of the United States. We're going to cut off your hand and finger. Like, it's just, they're insane. They're insane.
To the White House, Caroline Levitt continues to say that the President Trump is not done with the Islamic Republic yet. Let's go.
And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
So this is the key point, because tomorrow is Friday. The Islamic Republic have said yesterday, because yesterday on Wednesday they were supposed to do the public executions. They postponed it because they were terrified. They did say the next date will be Friday, the 16th of January, tomorrow. If they decide, this is a lose-lose situation for the Islamic Republic. As I've been repeatedly saying, the Islamic Republic of Iran will fall. It doesn't matter how it happened or how long it takes. Firstly, it's only been 19 days. This should technically take a year. It's a big country with a big dictatorial regime. Other regimes have taken much longer than that. It's not going to end in 19 days. Not going to happen. But some people get excited. Oh, no, let's finish it in 2 days. But that's not how it works. But it's a lose-lose situation, because if they do carry out the public executions tomorrow, as they've now said, well, you just accelerated the plan for the United States. If they don't do it, that is also a sign of weakness from their side. It's a lose-lose regardless of what they decide to do tomorrow. And it's mostly because of a lot of people inside the regime who are not following orders, who are not actually, who don't even have the energy. We showed you guys the at least one of the officers who was saying that we just can't. We are desperate. We don't have money. And they are telling us to go and basically kill our own people, civilians. Now, people are still out, as I said, despite martial law. Not enough forces.
No, guys, that's okay. That's a crazy theory. That's a crazy theory. The Islamic Republic did not say that to President Trump because of what I said. Like, that's funny. Listen, no. The reason I said what I said is because the Islamic dictatorship, they're the ones who say threats like that all the time. So I basically took one of the threats that they have been making to Iranians and, like other people, and I just took the threat and I just threw it back in his face. So I basically gave him a taste of his own medicine. They didn't do it because of me. They do this all the time. And if the IRGC is watching this stream, I'm gonna say داریم میایم سراغ تک تکتون. نوک انگشت کوچیکتون بزرگترین تیکه بدنتونه. There you go. Just in case they're watching. All right, let's continue.
To cover all cities and all towns, which is a fascinating thing, because when you are supposed to be imposing emergency protocols and martial law, technically you need to have enough personnel to shut down all cities and all towns, but that's not happening. Key areas, of course, in Tehran, Mashhad, and other places have been completely restricted, yeah, but not all parts. That's why people still fight. Craig says in the live chat, don't give false hope. So, in case you don't know, a lot of people don't understand, well, life, because they're not mature. They don't realize how life works. They also obviously shout at everybody. People are shouting at literally everybody. They're sitting at home shouting at President Trump. They're shouting at Reza Pahlavi. They're shouting at Patrick Bet-David. They're also shouting at the United Nations. They're shouting at me. They're shouting at Britain. They're shouting at everybody, right? They're shouting at everybody. Not understanding how it works. Firstly, you can control your own emotions. But those who say media don't give false hope, don't get hope from the media, you absolute idiot. It's not the job of you to get emotions from media, whether mainstream media or new media. We report on what's happening at any moment. Last night, for example, you had the airspace closing and the fighter jets took off, and we reported that. Now you get excited, like the rest of us. That doesn't mean that, for example, the people who did the closure of airspace was to be blamed, or CNN for reporting it, or Fox News, or 2C TV, or anybody else, or the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi saying it's happening. None of these people are to be blamed, especially the media. We report on what's happening at the time, and things obviously change. I'm not running the revolution. You see that, right? If I were running the revolution and I would give you the false hope, then yeah, that would be a problem. President Trump has not given you any date or how he will attack. But people are going around saying he gave us false hope. When did he do that? He simply said, we're going to hit. We're going to help the Iranian people. People gave the deadline themselves, saying, well, President Trump says he's going to help. Oh, it's been 2 days. What's happened? He promised. He didn't say when. The only thing that was mentioned was the briefing will be on Tuesday, and it actually happened on Monday. And they also confirmed that. That is what's happening on the ground. If you are getting hope or false hope from media, well, that is your problem with your therapist. Now, while that is happening, the reality is there's also a lot of nonsense coming out from inside Iran. Some true, some false, and it's our job to say what is a fact and what is being claimed. The key word is claim. Just like what we mentioned about last night. There are a lot of people who are going around saying, well, we know what's going on. Oh, I know exactly what happened. No, you don't. You could say there have been claims. Like, for example, the claim that the Israelis asked for a delay, or the claims that the Arabs said you can't use our airspace, or the claims that President Trump is a chicken, or the claims that, oh, President Trump is a genius. He planned this. He did it on purpose. None of that is confirmed. These are speculations. The reality is, right now, there's also information coming from inside the country. And these are claims, see, the key word, claim, but more claims are being added to mount the evidence. So, for example, one of the hardline conservative MPs, and not in a good way conservative, but in an Islamist way, Abdul Qasim Jarrah has now said, alongside the other politicians and Maysam Nadi, that several of the IRGC leaders have been plotting against the plotters, which means that both the former president, Hassan Rouhani, and the former foreign minister, Mohammed Javad Zarif, have now been arrested by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, and they are currently under house arrest. Now, this is a claim coming from parliamentarians in Tehran. We haven't heard or seen anything from.
So, okay, so just for the record, those of you who were watching us earlier today, remember when Armin had like some news, but it wasn't verified? So that was actually the news that he got, but it's not verified. But then he got another update saying that apparently, no, but here's the thing. We're now getting another update saying that apparently the Islamic regime is putting out these rumors to confuse people, to make them think that that the revolution is over, right? So that's why, like, you know, we spoke about it. We spoke about it. We're like, we're not gonna say anything because these rumors are coming out because the Islamic regime, they want us to get excited. They want us to give you false information, right? And then, you know, they want to confuse people into thinking that something's happened. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's true, but until like for me, until like Manoto or even like maybe Iran International confirms it, like I'm not trusting it. So unless and until I see it on Manoto, I'm not going to know. But I guarantee you, like a lot of mainstream media might like, I don't know, it could be true or not, but like we've had this info from like, I don't know, 6-7 hours ago, but we just, you know, we're not here to like, because we know how the Islamic regime operates. We just want to be extra careful before we say anything. So that's what Tusi's talking about here. It's a claim, but we don't know if it's true.
From these two idiots. Now, they are still part of the regime, by the way. They're not some sort of revolutionary heroes, but they are seen as a reform.
You're absolutely right. Like, even if it's true, this is actually a really good point. So even if it's true, it doesn't matter because these people aren't in charge. They're just like, so this could be part of the ploy, right? So if these people have been arrested by the regime, that could be a plan for these people to then like be offered as like, you know, the alternative to the regime in order to help rebuild the country, right? So if these people are being made out to be victims, it's very, very dangerous. It's a very dangerous time. So that's why, like, we don't trust these. We don't buy any of it. All right, I just want to add that. But I can answer more questions about this when Tusi's done.
It's just kind of funny. And
Go back a bit. Okay, so now that the context is there, now you guys get it.
Relations. The reality is, right now, there's also information coming from inside the country. And these are claims, see, the key word, claim, but more claims are being added to mount the evidence. So, for example, one of the hardline conservative MPs, and not in a good way conservative, but in an Islamist way, Abdul Qasim Jarrah has now said, alongside the other politicians and Maysam Nadi, that several of the IRGC leaders have been plotting against the plotters, which means that both the former president, Hassan Rouhani, and the former foreign minister, Mohammed Javad Zarif, have now been arrested by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, and they are currently under house arrest. Now, this is a claim coming from parliamentarians in Tehran. We haven't heard or seen anything from these two idiots. Now, they are still part of the regime, by the way. They're not some sort of revolutionary heroes, but they are seen as reformists, which is kind of funny. And the reality is, we got an idiot. It says, "You hypocrite." There's an E at the end, by the way.
By the way, I just wanted to add, so Rouhani, you know, the guy with the demon-looking guy with the turban, he's very, very close friends with Masih Alinejad, the woman at the UN with the crazy curly hair. That's the connection there. They're all reformists. Anyways, just want to add that.
Your previous reports were lies. No, every single thing we've told you is true. And you could go watch back with evidence. And you were absolutely excited at the time. Oh, no, I've been excited many times, just like you guys. Absolutely. We all saw it. Yeah, I'm not really sure what your point is, because we don't report the lies, because if we do that, the business will go down. It's called free market. But of course, the channel continues to grow thanks to your support, and because everybody knows that we verify everything. And we reported last night that the US is launching. We didn't say the US has hit the Islamic Republic. That would have been a lie. But they were launching, and of course, then nothing happened. But we showed you the evidence with the airspace and everything else. And today, everybody also confirmed what we reported first. But the facts are that these two apparently are under house arrest, but we haven't seen or heard from them. So it could be true, but we don't know. These are claims. Now, the reality is, my personal opinion, so that's the difference in me giving my opinion and also the actual facts or claims. My opinion, as I've been repeatedly saying, the Islamic Republic will fall. But I'm not going to give you any indication of when. There is no way these guys can go back to normality. We also reported earlier that based on the latest leaks coming from the IRGC's intelligence organization, on the 9th of January, which was 6 days ago, which was public, things changed. They published online, which is a fact, which you have seen, if you have seen, that the regime are dealing with defections and abandonment. Not everybody, but some. Then the whole thing went offline. They deleted the whole thing, the intelligence themselves, which has never happened before. They control their own websites. Now, based on the intel they have, the regime could collapse within 90 days. Now, of course, this could just be part of their tactics to wake up their own supporters, to get more support. But we also now have a daughter of one of the IRGC commanders from inside Iran, who's now called into a show on Manoto, which is a international TV, Iranian TV, but abroad, based in London. At least they used to be. I'm sure they still are. I'm going to show you this video of the claims that she's making about her family, about her father, English subtitles.
فاطمه جان درود به شما، به برنامه خوش اومدید.
سلام، صدای من میشنوید؟
بله خانم، رسا در خدمتیم. خوش آمدید.
من از داخل نظام تماس میگیرم.
بله.
پدر من جزو یکی از عوامل نیروی سرکوبگره. میتونم بگم شما آقای رادان رو میشناسین؟
بله، با شوربختی نام منحوسش رو میشناسیم و قیافه چرکش رو دیدیم بارها.
بله، من خیلی ترس و استرس دارم. میتونم بگم هم سطح جنایتکار رادان هست پدر من. من فقط میخوام یه چیزی رو بگم.
جان. به
مردم ایران، به این سرکوبگرا حواستون باشه. این فرمانده هاتون ساک و چمدوناشون رو بستن. برای من که دخترش هستم، برای مادرم، برای تمام اعضای خانوادمون پاسپورت های جعلی درست کردن با اسم مشخصات جعلی که ما رو فراری بدن به خارج. پدر من چمدون دلار تو خونه قایم کرده. مدام با تلفنش منو بگین بیام دادگاه لاهه. من یه آدم زندم، شاهدم که چه جنایتایی فقط پدر خود من کرده.
فاطمه جان،
الان دستور میده بکشین. من کجا بیام؟ من عکس دارم، فیلم دارم، مدارک دارم. ما اینا نیستیم. من سر جنبش محض رفتم، منو گرفتن با 3 تا از دوستان، ولی منو شناختن. پدرم اومد منو آزاد کرد. تو همون خونه باتون به سر من شوکر زد به من.
پدرت؟
باتون زد که من نرم، ولی دوستامو ول نکردم، به اونا تجاوز شد. ما این درد داره به کی بیایم بگیم بابا این لامصب پدرم، ولی من ازش متنفرم. ما اینا رو نمیخوایم. مردم، ما از خانواده ایناییم، ولی اینا دارن بچه هاشونم میکشن، سرکوب میکنن. که دست باتون دادن، شکر برقی دادن، توفنگ دادن که ببین همشهریاتو بکشی. شروع کردن تجاوز کردن به بچه هاشون. میفهمید؟ میدونین ما خودمون چه دردی کشیدیم از این پدرهای سنگدل. به زور سرمون چادر کردن، نماز گفتن بخون، نماز شب بخون. من نایدم به اون اسلامشون. من هنوز محجبم به خاطر اجبار پدرم مادرم. ما خودمون زد کشیدیم. من اگه توانی داشتم اولین نفری بودم که اینو بکشم. من 2 بار خودکشی کردم ولی ناموفق بود. به خاطر مادرم نجاتم داد. نمیتونستم از بچگی این ننگ رو تحمل کنم. اینا همه خانوادهشون مثل شبخانی نیستن. همه اونطوری با بچه‌هاشون رفتار نمیکنن. این نیروی سرکوبگر همین امروز اون باتومتو بذار کنار، برو پیش مردم. من بچه اونام. من با اون نون حروم اون بزرگ شدم. شرم بر من.
تو گناهی نداری دخترم، تو خودت قربانی و درود به شجاعتت.
نیست اگه بودم کاری میکردم. دستم خالی. من سنی ندارم.
داری کاری میکنی. این همین تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی. تو کار بزرگی، تو خیلی شجاعی.
پادشاه ما رو نجات بده. اگه صدای منو میشنوی، همیشه به ما گفتن این خاندان بد بودن، ظلم بودن، ظالم بودن، ولی چشم باز کردم دیدم نه، واقعیت چیز دیگه است. ظلم بالا سرمه، گوشمه، پدرمه، مادرمه. بعد یه چیزی هم میخواستم بگم. اینا خیلی ریزش کردن. دارن مدام زنگ میزنن به فک و فامیل، التباس میکنن با دلارهای زیاد که بیاین جزو نیروی سرکوبگرشین، اعتراضات رو خاموش کنین. نمیان، میترسن. خیلی ریزش کردن.
فاطمه از مردم ترسیدن.
هوشیار باشین مردم. من دارم بهتون میگم اولین فقط به تو بشه جا دارن، پاسپورت دارن به اسم جعلی، دلار دارن، خونه های آنچنانی دارن. من میتونم از این امکانات استفاده کنم ولی خودمو به خطر انداختم. دارم بهتون میگم بذارین کنار، دستتون بیشتر از این به خونه آلوده نکنی.
فاطمه جانم تماس رو قطع نکن. اجازه بده من همکارانم پشت خط با تو باشن و اجازه بده من
اسمم فاطمه نیست.
الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی. الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی فاطمه.
سپری گوهر عشقیم. من محشامیم. من نیکام.
تو عزیز دلی، تو شجاعی، تو شیرزنی.
تلفنی که کردم من شاید بدارم منو بکشه، شاید بفهمد، شاید نمیدونم. من هیچ امنیت جانی ندارم چون برام پیش اومد. من رفتم اعتراض کردم، پشت مهسا بودم. چرا اون دختر شهرستانی بود، مهمون ما بود، چرا کشتنش؟ منو گرفتم بردم خیابون وزارت اطلاعات وزرا. اگه بشناسید چه جاییه، با چه جور تحقیر با ما رفتار کردن. بعد که فهمیدم که منو آزاد کردن، دوستان به من گفتن خوش به حاله، اسم پدرتو دادی آزادت کردن، ولی ننگ بر من. و همون دوستان تو اون زندان تجاوز شد.
Yeah.
To see.
Now,
It's hard. It's hard even for him.
as we report over the last few hours,
Oh man, here.
the pizza tracker near Pentagon has been busy. Multiple pizza shops are now busier than usual. Of course, this is an indication that people are extremely busy and they're not going home. Now, the two things are clear. Number one, if we go to the flight tracker quickly,
Oh, he's
USS Abraham Lincoln is on its way from South China Sea towards Iran, the Middle East. Secondly, more US troops from Europe have now been added to the ones in the Middle East. They've been told to be on standby. Doesn't mean that the attack will happen now. Firstly, they have to be on standby in case the Islamic Republic does something stupid. Unlikely. But once the aircraft carrier gets there, although you never know their plan, it might just be beforehand, or it might be afterwards, or it may never happen, right? They might come up with a different strategy, different type of operation, but seems like they don't want to do any sort of extraction of Ali Khamenei. They don't want to, for example, just target the supreme leader. They don't want to just bomb places, because they could have done that already. The two key words that keep coming out of the White House is swift and decisive. Everything has to be swift and decisive. Now, this might be very optimistic by the Americans, but this is the US military you're talking about, the strongest military in history. If they want to do something swift and decisive, they can do it. But what that means, we don't know. Does that mean that they want to do something that lasts about 2 days or 2 hours? We're not sure. But the indication is, and they've also said earlier that Israel and the US are in touch every day on this issue, both the Prime Minister Netanyahu and also the President of the US. They are talking every day. The Israelis didn't deny the claims that they needed more time. They haven't confirmed it, but they didn't deny the claims. It's important. But at the same time, the White House continues to say, we haven't gone anywhere. They just didn't tell anybody. They didn't say when they would do anything. So far, they're just adding to their personnel. Now, tomorrow, as I said, is important because the Islamic Republic, as planned, they should be carrying out the public executions of the political prisoners. Now, if they are smart, they would delay it again, because you're just giving massive ammunition to the president and you're putting more pressure on the president to act quickly. To be fair, it doesn't really put pressure to act quickly, but it definitely puts pressure to fully act. This isn't really about timing. For ordinary people out there, it is about timing. For ordinary people who have family members and friends and relatives in Iran who are getting injured, they're getting killed, they're getting arrested, yes, for them, it's about timing. But when it comes to geopolitics, it's not about timing. But when it comes to geopolitics, it's about doing it correctly. And the Americans have not withdrawn their support. They haven't said, we've changed our mind. They haven't said, we will not take action or whatever. They're just not saying anything. They're only repeating that, we're still behind the Iranian people. But there's no way that we'll know. So we have idiots again, Glenn Murray. Let's call out all the idiots saying this is all fake news. Nothing will happen. We have not received. This is the thing. If you don't understand English, go learn English. If you do understand English, you might have other problems. We have not reported that the US is attacking the Islamic Republic. I've not said one sentence. In fact, from the beginning, I said the exact opposite. We're not reporting that the US is attacking the Islamic Republic. We are saying what the White House have told us and the Wall Street Journal, that the United States military have been placed on standby. They've been told to be prepared for the attack. Nobody's saying the attack is happening. It could happen. It might not happen. Read the title, listen to what I'm saying, and do your own research. It's not that difficult. Now, someone says that I've been hearing this, so I checked them out, and now here I am subscribed. Thank you, everyone, for the support out there. We have Carter saying, well, there goes the Islamic Republic. Other than that, don't take things for granted. Help the Iranian people regain their freedom. Vinny says, don't play chess with Trump. You won't win. There is no way that these guys are going to come out victorious regardless of what happens, how it happens, or when this happens. It's gone. It's over. Do we know what the Marvels cast their things about all of this? Does Trump's actions to hold the U.S. attack at the request of Saudi, Qatar, and Oman feel like Bush Sr.'s 91 in Iraq? No, because that hasn't been confirmed. We already explained the previous live stream. There were like 5 different scenarios and speculations. One was the Arabs were.
I think that's pretty much it because now he's going to the super chats there. So,
Right.
Can
I?
Yeah, go do whatever you want.
Can I make 3 points?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So first of all, what Mahir was pointing out to, the reason why this is Rezai, this is a former IRGC commander, and he did certain things that Khamenei didn't like, so that's why he's not a IRGC commander anymore. But he's still very influential. The reason, the more detailed version of what he said is that Trump said that he's going to use his hand is on the trigger. And that's why we will cut his hand. We will cut his finger, the finger that is on the trigger. That's what we're going to cut. So that's what he was saying, which is something in Iran. But look at his face. Oh, my God. Look at this guy. So this is an IRGC commander who's threatening Trump with cutting of hands. But the reason we call in Iran, we call this Rajas Khuni, which means like just basically barking. It's like barking at the sky. Barking at something that you're not able to change. So that one, I also want to mention that when Goldie said regarding the news of the arrest of Rouhani and Zarif, the strategy that when you mentioned that they might be arresting them because they're trying to basically whitewash them and make them seem like anti-regime so that maybe they could sell them as the leaders of what comes after Khamenei. That is so accurate, Goldie. That is that's a common strategy of the Islamic Republic that was so on point. Is what we call a rahbar tarashi, which means that the regime sometimes arrests people and puts them in jail just so because they're preparing them to promote them to us as the leaders that we should pick instead of Prince Reza Pahlavi.
Yeah, but
and that was the thing.
But I just want to add to that, like we're beyond that. Like Iranians in occupied Iran, they don't care. Like as you can see from all the videos, all they're chanting is King Reza Pahlavi, and this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. So like it's not working anymore. Iranians have made their choice.
Yes, but it's good that you're also informing like non-Iranians as well, so that they're up to date on what's happening as well. Yeah. Last thing. Should we do Nur Pahlavi's interview?
Let's go for that because we haven't played that yet. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. So this is the Iranian princess speaks on the protesters. So this was on Fox 5. So guys, this is Prince Reza Pahlavi's daughter, and she is next in line after Prince Reza Pahlavi to be our queen.
Yeah. So she's the future queen of Iran.
Yep, she's Nur Pahlavi, the future queen of Iran. Yes. So let's watch this.
This time, we clearly see things are different, and we also hear the name of your father, the Crown Prince, being chanted. Many people listening to what he is saying. What is that like for you to hear your father's name and to hear your family name?
It's really astonishing because for 47 years in exile, he's stood often alone fighting for the human rights of the Iranian people with very little support and has been steadfast in his commitment. And it feels like the Iranians recognize the purity and the honor of the man that I've always known. And I'm grateful that he's actually alive to see it because unfortunately his father was not. And I know that he would give his life before betraying the Iranian people. And it feels like they know that too. And what's also interesting is that he's been up against very well-funded propaganda machines, entire governments trying to distort his message and discredit him. And he's done this at great personal risk. And with the decades of regime propaganda inside Iran as well that people have heard, it's really nothing short of magic that they've seen through all of this and come together in this unified way, chanting for him. I think the most heartbreaking thing about the messages that I'm seeing is that they often start with, "This will probably be my last message." And they're sending desperate messages to inform me of the regime's brutality, trying to get the word out and trying to stay connected. I'm being told that they're using military weapons against unarmed protesters, that people are being shot on their balconies and hunted down in the streets, that they've come across the bodies of children as young as 3 years old because they're not reading any survivors. And also that they're, not surrendering the bodies of dead family members without payment, and knowing, that the value of the currency has declined as dramatically as it has. This often means thousands of US dollars for them. And it's really hard to read. And I also receive a lot of apologies from certain people wishing that they could speak up more, but saying that their families are being held and they're afraid of what the regime's going to do.
This time.
Okay. By the way, Goldie, Noor Pahlavi just recently started a Twitter account.
Oh, did
So
she?
She didn't have. Yeah. So I don't.
Do we know if it's
you wanted to-
confirmed? Because I feel it's kind of weird that it's coming out now. So I don't know if it's confirmed or not, because I know that she posted something because she only has Instagram. And then a while ago,
Yeah.
she said that her only official account is Instagram and to not trust any other account. So I don't
That
know.
was before.
But how do we?
Arya
how do we know
Far-
it's actually
Ar-
hers?
Well, because Arya Farpuri posted it, I think, and that's why I could double check. But because Arya Farpuri is
Well,
a trusted source,
I would
But I
rather
could
just
double
stick,
check.
I would rather just stick with her Instagram account because that's the one that we know is accurate. I don't know about the X one because I checked it out and it said that the account was created in like 2013 or something, which is very weird because if it's a new X account, why is the creation date 2013? So
Because sometimes you log into X with your Gmail account and then you don't use it,
I
and
don't
then
know.
when you're ready to get
It just seems sketchy
okay,
to
yeah,
me.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
it seems
sorry, I
sketchy,
mentioned
so-
it. Sorry,
That's
I
okay. No, that's fine. I know. I'm glad you did because I can just like we can talk about it, but it just seems sketchy to me. And because she communicates a lot with people in occupied Iran, I don't know this until we know that it's actually hers. Like until she actually posts something on Instagram that says like this is her verified legitimate X account, it could be dangerous to
Yeah.
Anyways,
I think she probably did, but I can confirm it.
yeah, maybe if she posted something on Instagram confirming that that's her X account, then I think that's perfect. So there you go. Okay, so I wanted to share some news here.
Okay, I might be leaving in 10 or 20 minutes because I have something to take care of. But
Okay.
let me know if you need me for anything. Okay.
So I actually have a Newsmax interview at 7:15.
Oh no.
So, but I mean, if you need to leave, that's fine. What I'll do is I'll probably just like I'll live stream. I'll live stream the Newsmax and then I'll just head out. Oh, I don't know
Okay.
if that's gonna work though.
7:15.
Are
Oh,
you-
I'm
are you-
sorry. I should. Yeah,
you
I
able
have
to
it like a
maybe
one.
Go and come
Yep.
back. Are you able to do that?
I could come back in 1 hour after I leave. So here's the. I can leave in 30 minutes, and then come back after 1 hour after that. Is that okay?
No, because okay, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. So no.
Let me see if I could.
No,
let me see if
Armin,
I
it's
could do
okay.
it.
Armin, it's okay. You do your thing. So guys, when I have to go for my my media interview with Newsmax, I'm gonna have to just like play some random videos or something because I don't think I'll be able to live
Oh.
stream it. Right.
I feel like I'm letting you down.
No, it's okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'll see if I can figure it out. It's all good. It's all good. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Multitasking. So we'll make it work.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you have to
Okay.
head out, that's fine. Go ahead. All good.
Okay.
We
It's
both had long
important,
days
so-
here. No. It's absolutely you go do what you need to do.
Okay.
So, all right, guys. So let's go to some news while we are on Internet Watch. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So this is the United States Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, has a message to the Iranian leadership. My message today is to the Iranian leadership on behalf of people in Iran who cannot speak for themselves. Last March, we predicted that President Trump's maximum pressure campaign against the regime would accelerate an economic collapse. Since then, our sanctions efforts have been effective in slashing oil exports and cutting revenue. All right, let's just read this. Or let's just watch it.
The Iranian leadership on behalf of the people of Iran who cannot speak for themselves. Last March, we predicted that President Trump's maximum pressure campaign against the Iranian regime would accelerate an economic collapse. Since then, our sanctions efforts have been effective in slashing oil exports and cutting revenue. The currency and living conditions are in free fall. The early warning signs are already flashing in the Iranian economy. The regime continues to egregiously mismanage its economic resources with additional subsidies and price controls. The central bank is broke and printing money. Hyperinflation is next. Rather than building a prosperous Iran, the regime has chosen to squander what remains of the nation's oil revenues on nuclear weapons development, missiles, and terrorist proxies around the world. Civilians are rightly protesting mismanagement and economic collapse. President Trump stands with the people of Iran and has ordered Treasury to sanction members of the regime. Iran's leaders have brutally responded to peaceful demonstrations with violence, from mass shootings in the street to attacks on wounded victims in hospitals. Today's sanctions target 18 individuals and entities that the regime uses to evade sanctions on Iranian oil and divert proceeds from its energy sales away from the rightful owners, the Iranian people. Tehran's natural resources belong to its people and not its brutal dictators. Treasury will continue to target Iranian networks and corrupt elites that enrich themselves at the expense of average Iranians. This includes the regime's attempts to exploit digital assets to evade sanctions and finance cybercriminal operations. Additionally, President Trump has announced a 25% tariff on countries that continue to do business with Iran. Our message to the Iranian people is clear. Your demands are legitimate. You are protesting for a noble cause, and the United States support you and your efforts to peacefully oppose the regime's mismanagement and brutality. Our message to the Iranian leaders is also clear. U.S. Treasury knows that, like rats on a sinking ship, you are frantically wiring funds stolen from Iranian families to banks and financial institutions around the world. Rest assured, we will track them and you, but there's still time if you choose to join us. As President Trump has said, stop the violence and stand with the people of Iran.
So there's that. And then I want to share a historical video as well. So we're going to get to some of the new coverage, but look at this. So this is an interview with Richard Nixon back in 1980, and it's about the Shah of Iran, okay? So and you know what's really interesting is the Richard Nixon Foundation has been going crazy with so many like videos and posts. Like they're really promoting the Shah. Cuz Richard Nixon was really close friends with the Shah of Iran.
Yes.
So they're really promoting the Shah, which is I lost it. Let me pull it up. Now I have to find it. They were really close friends with the Shah, and he was only one of two dignitaries who attended the Shah's funeral when he passed away. So guys, listen to this. This is here's some American history for you guys, okay?
Mr. Nixon, America has been criticized for abandoning friends like the Shah, whom you strongly supported, and you've criticized our abandoning him. But isn't the danger just as great in sticking with regimes that have lost the support of their people, like the Shah, like Somoza, like Ian Smith? Again and again, it's said that we back despots and dictators.
I couldn't disagree with you more. What you have to understand is that the choice was never between the Shah and somebody better, but between the Shah and somebody infinitely worse.
Well, we don't know
And
that
what
in
you
the
have to-
beginning.
Well, the point is, if we didn't know it at the beginning, we'd better know it now. We have friends all over the world like the Shah, and we have friends, for example, in Saudi Arabia at the present time. Because that government happens to be corrupt, it is claimed, are we going to abandon them? Let's take China, for example. Because China is more Stalinist than the Soviet Union, are we going to say that we're going to abandon them? No.
But don't we ever say this man is no good for this country, this man is a dictator, this man is a despot, and maybe it could be better? Or do we automatically assume it won't be?
We do not automatically assume anything. We have to use our influence and use it effectively, but it's got to be used with a rifle rather than a shotgun, and we must not jump from the frying pan into the fire. It was a great mistake to do what we did to the Shah, and if that had not happened, we wouldn't have the hostage situation today. If the United States doesn't stand up for its friends, we're not going to have friends. That's true of the Shah. It's true of others as well. The choice is not a good one many times. The choice is between, however, for example, when you really equate the Shah with some of the others, I'm really surprised because the choice is between one who is a friend of the United States, whatever may be his failings, and one who is an enemy. One who tries to export his revolution and one who is trying to at least not threaten his neighbors. One who allows, as the Shah did, as you very well know, who allows some human rights, who allows some political rights, and does allow economic rights, and another regime that allows none. I would say there's no question about which side I come down on there. And the same is true of Somoza, the same is true of some of the others as well. I don't approve of some of them, but I would say I prefer some rights rather than none, and that's the choice that we have to face up to, or the United States is going to cease to be a great power.
Wow. Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nixon was such a great ally.
He was.
No, I just want to give you an important update because Iran International is advising Iranians inside Iran not to go to the hospital if they're injured. And because apparently a lot of the dead are people with hospital clothing, and like they're injured in the hospital. They're going into the hospital and shooting the injured people in the hospital. So the main information is not to go to the hospital if you're injured, but also just go to personal clinics of doctors that you know personally and not to the hospitals. So that's a very important update that is coming out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So here's something important. Oh, it's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. Yeah, what they're doing is they're now going into hospitals and shooting wounded protesters. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the bodies have hospital clothings and the things that
IV
and stuff like that.
Yeah. I would say for us that it's surprising, but it's not. They've done this before. So yeah. This is interesting, Armin. Look at this. So apparently, His Royal Highness. So I just saw this on Marathon News. Live broadcast of Prince Reza Pahlavi's press conference. So Prince Reza Pahlavi, leader of Iran's national revolution, will participate in a press conference on Friday at 8:30. That's 18:30, so 6:30 p.m. Iran time, which is 10 a.m. Eastern in the United States, with the presence of international media to deliver a comprehensive report on the Iranian nation's revolution and the crimes of the Islamic regime over the past days to the global community and the Iranian people. Manato will cover this conference live through satellite broadcast and on its YouTube channel. So, guys, yeah, get ready for an early stream because we're going to be broadcasting this live tomorrow at 10 a.m. as well. So make sure that you're here. That's going to be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Okay.
Eastern. That's 10 a.m. my time. A little different for yours.
Yep. I'll be here.
Oh, me too. I don't know. You guys have to figure it out on your own. So it's 10 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Eastern time. I think that's 5:30. I think that's 5:30 in the afternoon Israel time, but I don't know. You guys have to do the calculation yourself. So
I could.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
All right, so 10 a.m. Eastern time is 5 p.m. Israel time. Did I get it right?
I don't.
Oh, you guys want London as well? London, 3 p.m. London. Okay, correct. People are saying correct. Anywhere else? Give me your city. You guys are lazy. I'll do it for you.
You can literally just Google it, but that's fine.
No, guys, here, let me tell you, do this. Just search for time converter on Google. Just do that. Easy. Oh, people are actually giving me their cities. Okay.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Here's an example of like hostile media. So when I say like sometimes you cannot hate the mainstream media enough, look at how this like reporter from I guess she's from The Economist. Just look at how she's like talking to and treating King Reza Pahlavi, right? Just look at this.
Do you see yourself as more of a unifying figurehead, or do you see yourself actually wielding power?
I'm talking about this phase of transition being the only person that people can trust as being a neutral arbiter.
But you're going to run the thing.
I have offered my services in that capacity. And I believe the trust that people have given to me behooves me to respond to that call and say, I accept that responsibility. I'm not working alone, obviously. I'm trying to bring as many people who are like-minded on the basis of three very simple principles. Number one is Iran territorial integrity. The second principle that we invoke, a clear separation of religion from state, not to have yet again a dominant single ideology, and the most important point, a guarantee of self-determination by means of free elections. And that's ultimately what leads us to a democratic alternative. The minute the ultimate will of the people is ratified by means of a final referendum, the temporary government will transfer power to that elected parliament and new government.
But just to be very clear, that period will take a while. In that period, you will rule by decree?
This is not a process where a temporary government gets elected. It is a voluntary step taken by people like myself and whoever I'm working with, which of course the endorsement and the support of the people. I'm not doing this against their will. I'm doing this at their ask. That's the difference. So the ask itself means that they want this to happen and they want to be able to trust someone, and that person at this point is me, to do that for them. And as I said, I'm not doing this.
Well, there are many people. You have a number of a reasonably large fraction of the Iranian population are fervent supporters of yours, but not everybody is. Not everybody is. What is the legitimacy that you are using to do this? I mean, one could say you're coming in. You've spent your entire life since you were a teenager outside the country. Your father was not exactly a popular figure.
Yes, he
and now
was.
You're coming in and saying,
popular.
right, I'm here in charge again, and this is what I'm going to do.
I'm only responding to what people are asking for. What name has been chanted in the streets of Iran in the last few months? What name do you see be written on the walls? What slogans have they chanted in the recent weeks? They have chanted the name of my family. They have called for me specifically. I think that's pretty much of an indication of what the people want.
I guess that's what I'm asking. Do you think that, yes, there have clearly been chances.
Isn't that sufficient to establish?
It's not everybody, right?
Of course it's not everybody.
Why is she being so hostile?
That there's somebody has 100% vote of everybody? Of course not. But the majority believe in that direction. It's not even an issue of the final form. Republicans, monarchists, that's not even the debate. I'm not here to advocate an outcome, but I'm a bridge to that destination.
Do you see how they try to smear our leader?
Okay. We need to go through this again, Goldie. Okay. So, guys, first of all,
I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link so that you can pause it and like re-add or whatever you want to do. Here, let me send you the link.
No, okay. Send it to you. Link. But this is what I want to get right. Hold on. Let me actually bring us on. Everybody needs to understand this when it comes to revolution. Let's do Revolution 101. Do you guys want to do Revolution 101 so you guys understand the phases of revolution? First of all, so the revolutions have three phases. The revolutionary period. Okay, thank you. For this part, I don't need to share the screen. So let me just say this, okay? So we have Doran Enqilab, Doran Guzar, Doran Pas az Guzar, which means the revolutionary period, the transition period, and the post-transition period. So the revolution period, we're in it right now. The transition period is the time between when we have an elected government and the time that we need to stabilize things for we have a transitional government that is not elected. The reason why you need a transitional government that is not elected is because you cannot have elections on day one. That is insanity. Once the Islamic Republic falls, You cannot be like, okay, guys, the Islamic Republic fell yesterday. Here are the ballots today. Go vote. Obviously, there's going to be a period of instability that you need to bring stability. You need to make sure that the street lights are on. You need to make sure that the traffic lights are on. You need to make sure that people are selling bread, people are selling water. You need to make sure that the factories are working. You need to make sure that the police is showing up at work. You need to make sure that the borders are secure. You need to make sure that it's not total absolute chaos before you give enough safety and security for people to come. Actually, you need to provide enough time for people to realize what's happening and who's who, and who, like, to create a environment where people even offer them to be voted for before you could actually ask people to come and vote. So there's a transition period, and the transitional government has to be non-elected by force. There is no, you cannot have an elected government before you have elections. Okay, listen to this again. You cannot have an elected government before you have elections, and you can also not be in a situation where you have no government. So we cannot wait for elections to have a government. So there's a period where you need to have a non-elected transitional government. There's no other way. So therefore, our country needs 3 leaders. One leader for the revolution. We have, and the leader of the revolution, given that we cannot have elections, has to be decided based on who people are chanting for and who seems to be the apparent name that people are calling for to lead. We cannot have elections, so we just go based on that. So the leader of the revolution is obviously Prince Reza Pahlavi. Then we have the leader of the transition. Again, given that we cannot have elections, we just have to decide based on the limited information that we have who seems to be the person that the people want as the leader of the transition period. That person, again, is Prince Reza Pahlavi. Only for the 3rd phase, when it's post-transition period, only for that phase, then you could decide that, okay, now the leader for this phase has to be somebody that the people have either directly or indirectly chosen through the ballot box. That is when we go for democracy and election. You don't have democracy during the revolution. You don't have democracy during the transition period. You have democracy in the post-transition period. Okay, everybody on board? Now, to the point that she was making, you don't have everyone's support. That is the dumbest statement to make, because in none of these phases, not a single person will have 100% support. Like, you cannot have 100% support during the revolutionary phase. You cannot have 100% support during the transition phase. And you cannot have 100% support during the post-transition phase. I mean, how are these people experts? Like, is that like this is political science 101. And anybody that has done, even studied a little bit of politics, I mean, this doesn't even require you to study politics. This is common sense. Not everybody supports you. Show me a leader. Even in dictators, when they claim that they have 98% support, like Saddam or I don't know, Gaddafi or other people, they are not as dumb as this lady, because they don't come out and claim that, oh, Saddam never claimed that I have 100% support. They come up with crazy numbers like 98%. So even they understand that claiming 100% support is absolute lunacy. But apparently that woman doesn't understand it. Anyways, there. Argument destroyed. Yeah, somebody's saying she obviously has an agenda. Yeah, she's like trying to act like.
Well,
oh wow, you don't have a. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, you guys have to remember that the Western liberal media played a big role in the 1979 Islamic coup d'état. They actually sided with the Ayatollah. So.
Right. Oh yes, the coup d'état. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but Nixon was good. Nixon supported. Nixon was a really close friend of the Shah.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're not talking about your internal politics in the United States. Regard if you have any problems with Nixon, we don't care about that. we are talking as Iranians. Okay. And just like you say, America first, we as Iranians, when we look at Trump, when we look at Nixon, when we look at Obama, when we look at, I don't know, Carter, when we look at Netanyahu, we're looking at it from the perspective of Iranians and our relationship with those people. Okay. So whatever your internal politics are, that is not an Iranian issue. We judge it based on Iran first mentality.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Let me go.
You want to do the Bepish? People want to pay.
I could.
Oh.
When are you
By the
heading
way,
out?
this is I'm heading out like almost now. But let me
Okay.
show you something. That
Are you
is
coming back
trending.
or?
Well, after I'm doing a live stream with Susanna, who's not
Okay.
only available. Block is in like 10 minutes, so I'm gonna do that for her with 1 hour, and then after
Okay.
that, I'm gonna be available again. But
Well, I mean, I'll see how things go with me, but yeah, like take
Okay.
your time there. Take your time.
yeah, by the way, like on X, most of the trending news is on Iran and Pahlavi, and this was one of the trending news according to Nailpani. Like Reza Pahlavi outlines vision for free Iran after regime fall. This was one of the trending stories on X.
Oh, I love that.
So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Wow. Okay. You guys want me to do Khorramshahr Symphony?
Khorramshahr.
Okay. I'll do I'll start with Khorramshahr Symphony, but let me find the video. Let me find the video that works well with Khorramshahr Symphony.
Okay. And guys, in 8 minutes, I'm going to be doing a stream with Susanna. So those who know, you know. Who's the spamming here? You guys, the old timers in my channel are going to be very excited about that. Hide user. This guy's spamming. I'm going to hide user from channel. Khorramshahr.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we're okay. I will do Bepish as well. I will do Bepish. I will do Bepish. Yes. Literally getting a super chat. Yes, I will do Bepish. I promise we will do Bepish as well. Okay. So let's do Khorramshahr Symphony with some footage of the Iranian National Revolution, because this is super epic and no Hollywood movie could ever do something like this. So
Before you play it, is it okay if I post a link to my the stream that I'm doing? with Susanna? Is that okay?
yeah, put it in there. So if
Okay.
anyone wants to join you, they know where to go. Absolutely, go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
So-
you. It's in the chat, guys.
We will get to Bepish, I promise. Okay. Okay, I have one more song I want to play for you guys. I have one more song that I want to play before we go to Bepish, okay? Can I play one more song before we go to Bepish? Is that okay? All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. No, President Trump. No. What I said is that when we get confirmation that President Trump has attacked, I'm going to play the uncensored version, because right now I'm playing the censored version. So, once we get confirmation, we'll play the uncensored version for you guys. This is the censored version with all the beeps in there, right? Paducah, Mohammed Jihad. Honestly, Team America, World Police, literally one of my favorite movies ever. One of my favorite movies ever. But yeah, okay, all right. Now we're gonna go to Bepish. There you go.
غرق انقلاب است.
I'll be back.
کشور ما تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته هشتون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شهنگاه تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا بگذار هر دم ببرند برکا دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از هر بالین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شان هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
This video is available in my videos on my YouTube account. You go there, you'll find it. It's literally Bapish. Oh, I love this. Look at this. You find yourself in your car without the radio on and you're singing Bapish, Bapish, Bapish. Yeah, me too. This song has been stuck in my head for like over a week. Oh, I sleep. I sleep about 3 to 4 hours a night. Guys, I've actually been up for quite a while because I had my first interview this morning. It was about 6 a.m. My time. And then I've had a few interviews during the day, and now I have my Newsmax interview in 5 hours. Sorry, not 5 hours, 5 minutes. So yeah, we're in Bapish mode right now. And yeah, I got the song stuck in my head for sure. So I have your neighbor's giving you the side eye. Okay. I will play the contemporary Persian song, okay? I'll do that one. And then what I'm going to try to do, I've never done this before, but so my interview is live. I think it's going to be live streamed on Newsmax, but I'm going to see if there's a way for me to I know I didn't sleep through my alarm this time. I literally put like 4 alarms because I wanted to make sure that I don't sleep through this interview. Because it was important and it was like a super early one. So there's that. But I'm gonna try something new. I'm gonna see if I can, because I'm joining Newsmax via Zoom. So I'm gonna try to see. This is my second Newsmax interview. I already had a Newsmax interview earlier today. So I'm gonna see if there's a way for me to share my Zoom screen so that you guys can watch along live, but like from my perspective, I guess. I don't know, but well, I want to try, but I've never done this before, so I'm hoping it'll work. Right? We'll see. But I have about like 5 more minutes before I have to log in. So since you guys are requesting the ancient Persian song, I know it's a good one, isn't it? With like the parade, it is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. So here you go. Yeah, Newsmax is really good. I actually really enjoy Newsmax. All right, here's the Persian one. I have to send a quick message. And then I have to get ready. One moment. Sorry, guys. Okay. So now I have to figure out, if this is actually going to work. Okay. I have the video of the full parade. If you guys want to see it, the full parade is actually really, really cool. But I need to check something out now. So give me one moment. I need to see if this is going to work.
Partners were out there for the billions of taxpayer dollars that were stolen to fund so many criminal enterprises by illegal aliens that the state of Minnesota knew about. And that's what's being lost in this whole situation. That's exactly right. And that these people frauds, it's all pure politics from some of the worst politicians in this country. And this is their Hail Mary.
Hi, this is Dave Garcia. Thank you for joining us today.
Some kind of 60 years old, he's got to try to find himself a new position.
Oh, this is Dave Garcia. Can you hear us?
Loses this
yeah.
seat, so this is this.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for joining us today. Can I get a 5 count for audio?
See,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Tilt your camera down a little bit.
Device. He's going to institute the Insurrection Act.
Can you raise your chair at all? Okay, sounds good. If you just hang out right there, I can scale up a little bit on my side as well. So just hang tight for a second.
This is you have the president, having his officers attacking, protesters and jailing them just for peaceful protests. Even though that's all BS, that's what they'll say going into the midterm. So I can tell that they really don't want to have to pull that trigger. At what point do you think they might have?
Okay, I framed you up. I'll get you checked in.
I don't want to get ahead of the president on that, but if you look at the constant chaos we're dealing with, right? Yeah. And we're fortunate enough to have Secretary Noem that's given us all the tools available that we need to handle this situation. But you see night after night, we have almost 3,000 federal special agents and officers on the ground there. And we are making significant arrests, significant strides. You're going to see a lot of search, a lot of criminal indictments coming down on the fraud. But we just can't have incidents like this where you have fireworks being thrown at officers, Molotov cocktails, rocks, ice, vehicles being damaged. Yeah. It's just there's a point where it has to come to a stop.
These and real quick, these people are they facing federal charges? The people that are attacking your agents? Because what I'm worried about is that in Minnesota they're just going to let them go. Ellison doesn't want to charge these people.
No, 100%, Rob. The ones that we are arresting, Homeland Security Investigations, is work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI. We are bringing criminal charges and indictments on all these individuals.
Federal charges. Love to hear that. ICE Director Todd Lyons. Good to see you, sir. Thank you.
Good seeing you again, Rob.
All right, Joe Rubin is a former State Department official in the Obama administration, and he joins us now, and he sees all of this differently. So we wanted to talk to him, and it's good to have you on, Joel. A 3-on-1 attack on an ICE agent last night. I want to get your reaction to that to start. What do you make of what we're seeing in Minneapolis this week?
Well, yeah, first and foremost, an attack against any of these agents should be condemned. They should not be targeted physically. The 3 individuals coming out with broomsticks and shovels should be condemned and arrested for that violence. But, look, in the big picture, Rob, what we're looking at are Americans reacting because they are deeply distressed by the number of ICE agents roaming the streets, not identifying themselves, covering up their faces, and arresting what turns out to be many American citizens. And the reaction is real. And that's why in poll after poll, we're seeing Americans turn against this policy.
I think we're seeing Americans turn against it because I think the media is doing a hell of a job on this. I mean, it's what is the issue with with ICE enforcing immigration law. I mean, you say their faces are covered up. That's because they're being doxxed and they're worried about their kids getting shot by some psychopath. I mean, that explains that away. But they're just trying to enforce immigration law. What happened to why is that so hard for people to digest today? Democrats.
No, Rob, look, I'm with you. Immigration law should be enforced, but there is no reason that law enforcement in America should be roaming the streets, covering their faces. Our local police, our sheriff, our county police here where I live, they don't their faces. They identify themselves. They say their names. They provide warrants for arrest. That is all legit.
But ICE agents have a pretty big target on their back, do they not?
But that.
Hi there, miss. Can you hear the program?
Right. I mean, that's the job. They should be showing to the people who they're going.
Hi there, miss. Can you hear the program?
People who are being.
Yes, thank you. Stand by.
Identification. I don't have an American ID. None of us do. We don't do that in the United States. So the system is broken the way it's being done. I agree. There should never be violence against these ICE agents, though.
Here's another side of it, though. People say we've never seen tactics like this. We've also never seen 4 years of open borders and 15 million people dumped into our country. So I think when you do that, suddenly the tactics have to change, or else we're not getting these people out of our country. And I know if you worked under Obama was a secure border guy. You know, people don't want to remember that, but he would have been called a fascist today by today's standards.
President Obama deported about 3 million people in his 8 years in office. And,
That's
you
a
know,
lot.
look, I worked on Capitol Hill for a while. There were talks about comprehensive immigration reform. President Trump was elected to close the border and deal with this. I get it. We all get it. But what's happening now in the interior is clearly creating chaos. It's not working with local police. The killing of Renee Good, for example, why is the state's attorney, why are they shut out of the investigation? Why is the lead US
Because the
attorney
people that work in
quitting
that
the
state are
investigation?
radical left lunatics. I mean,
Even the lead federal investigator quit. He was the guy investigating the corruption in Minnesota.
Do you think Renee Good was murdered, or do you think that she hit the gas with a cop right in front of the car?
I know she was killed. And that is where I want an investigation to figure out why she was killed and go through all 360 degrees of what took place rather than just focus on her, focus on the entirety of the situation.
Got to leave it there. Joe Rubin, good sport. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right. 2 weeks after Maduro was dragged to New York, the opposition leader in Venezuela, Maria Corina Machado, gives Trump the Nobel Prize. What might that change? That's next with Trump's drug czar, Sarah Carter.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Quick count, please, miss. Thank you.
For me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I know the president was looking forward to this meeting, and he's was expecting it to be a good and positive discussion with Ms. Machado, who is really a remarkable and brave voice for many of the people of Venezuela.
All right, so 2 weeks after dictator Nicolas Maduro was captured by U.S. forces in that stunning raid, Venezuela's opposition leader Maria Corina Machado gave the president her Nobel Peace Prize today. She had a warm welcome from the White House, which currently has Maduro's vice president under its thumb. Machado's party won the last election in Venezuela handily, but Maduro just didn't leave. The election was stolen by him and he stayed in power. The socialist Delcy Rodriguez, Maduro's vice president, is the current puppet that the United States has running the country. Take a listen.
Ms. Rodriguez, the president did speak with her directly this week. As you know, he revealed that to all of you yesterday. And Secretary Rubio and the administration have been in constant communication with Ms. Rodriguez and other members of the interim government in Venezuela. They have been extremely cooperative. They have thus far met all of the demands and requests of the United States and of the president.
Okay, so there you have it. It's an interesting moment. What happens now is the question. Sarah Carter is the president's drug czar and joins us now. Sarah, good to see you. Is the plan to still control...
Great to see you, Rob.
Is the plan to still control Maduro's vice president until there are elections in Venezuela? And how is that going? It seems like you're getting pretty much full capitulation from Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela.
Yes, we're definitely seeing cooperation from Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. I think the plan is to stabilize, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio said, is to stabilize Venezuela, to ensure stability in Venezuela, then the process can move forward. And I think Maria Corina Machado's gesture to give the Nobel Prize to President Trump was so significant, Rob. As you stated in the opening, how does this change things? Well, I think Operation Absolute Resolve was such an incredible operation where, again, we didn't lose one U.S. service member. We made our way into Venezuela. We were able to extract a fugitive from the country. Remember, he is a de facto leader. 50 nations did not recognize him as the leader of Venezuela. So we were able to get him out. Think of the enormity of that operation. What happened in Venezuela under the regime has been unbelievable. We have seen the loss of life in the United States like none other, with drugs coming into the country. But handing the Nobel Prize over, being able to meet President Trump sends a clear message to the rest of the world and to the cartels throughout Mexico and, by the way, even the Iranian regime, that the United States and the bold, decisive actions of one of the greatest presidents in modern political history is what we are looking at right now. It's changing the momentum, the geopolitical trajectory.
Any indication what Machado wants from the president? I'm sure she was somewhat disappointed that he left the vice president for Maduro in charge and power there. Any indication what she was looking for today?
You know, I have spoken with Machado in the past. I think that she has been recognized as a great leader. She is speaking out for the Venezuelan people. What she and the president said privately, I leave that up to President Trump. I know that this is vitally important to him. And as we move forward with Venezuela, I think what we're going to see is such a significant change that it's awakening the giant of the Western Hemisphere, right? We're here because,
curious to see
this is very important.
Yeah, to see what this country looks like in a matter of months. And, you know, perhaps Machado goes back in and it changes, everything changes, and you get a conservative government and everything flips. Would be amazing. I'm sure that's what the United States would like to see. I want to talk about drugs for a second. That's your wheelhouse. A major accomplishment from securing the border here. This is a really big deal. Overdose deaths falling in 2025, down 21% from the prior year. That is thousands of lives. That's a closed border. That's what it means. Not that Democrats would ever care, but that's a lot of lives saved.
Well, and the credit goes to President Trump. Look, and the decisive policies and the whole of government approach, working with our HSTFs, working with our ICE, working with Border Patrol, Kristi Noem, the secretary at DHS, everybody following through, Tom Homan. It is a whole of government approach to shut down that border. When you shut off that supply When you shut off the supply and you choke off those points from the cartels, it causes the prices of drugs to go exceedingly high in the United States, making it impossible for some people to purchase the narcotics. We're also seeing that, and you're right, the 21% decline, it's still too much. So we are working together to watch those numbers, and that trajectory is expected to go down. And that is what we're doing at the Office of National Drug Control Policy. It is important for me and for everyone that I work with that we reduce those deaths and that we protect the national security of the United States.
The drug czar for the president. Sarah Carter, thanks so much. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too, Rob. Thank you.
So you saw the show last night. It looked like an attack on Iran was imminent. They closed their airspace. There was a lot of chatter. It looked like something was going to happen until it didn't. What exactly changed? That's next.
One, two, three, four, five.
Hi, ma'am. This is Brent, producer in New York. Can you hear me? Yes, I can. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We appreciate your time. We're going to be back from break in about 2. We'll be right with you. Awesome. Can I get a quick pronunciation of your last name? Gamari. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, could you lean back a bit, please? Thank you.
You saw last night on the show here. What exactly happened? It felt like there was an attack on the Iranian regime imminent. The chatter was spectacular. All the indications looked like something was going on. There was a lot of indications in the Middle East as well. And then nothing did happen. We're not sure exactly what happened. And to be honest, everything that we're seeing and reading these last couple of days could all be some kind of a psyop or disinformation designed to psych out the Iranians in some way or another, including what Trump has been saying publicly, including what he said yesterday, and media stories as well. Stories like this, Wall Street Journal reporting that Trump was advised a large-scale strike against Iran would not guarantee a regime collapse. And as of now, is monitoring how Tehran handles all these protests before deciding on the scope of a potential attack. Now that
Coming to you.
or we could be on the way right now to drop a bomb in 45 minutes. We don't really know. Some reports also saying Netanyahu had asked Trump to postpone plans for a military attack, indicating that maybe he needed a little bit more time to prepare for the retaliation, which would likely be aimed at his country. We're not really sure exactly what happened. We're trying to figure it out. Goldie Gamari is a human rights activist. Waleed is a Newsmax foreign policy analyst. Good to have you both here. Waleed, Trump said, don't kill protesters. They killed thousands. And then in the Oval Office yesterday, something that I think was kind of a ruse, which he seemed shockingly gullible, thinking that, oh, he seems like Iran is going to stop killing these people and that everything's going to be okay, which I thought, I don't really know that that's an indication of what he's actually thinking in that moment. We thought there'd be an attack last night. There wasn't. What do you make of it, Waleed?
Look, the date, the time of an attack is something that should be and is in the hands of the chief executive. He decides. And you just mentioned that if Netanyahu may have asked him, if these are the reasons to be better prepared for what the Islamic regime is going to respond with, fine. But I think the president is under the pressure of two camps. Camp that is telling him we should not attack because we cannot control the results. We should not, attack the regime because maybe some of them are saying maybe all Iranians are going to unite against us, as if the Jews in concentration camps will unite with the Nazis against the Allies. A lot of confusion there in that camp. The other camp is saying basically this is an opportunity, not just for the Iranian people to be helped, and 12,000 were killed. There is no way this regime is going to continue and manage this country. That's a big dilemma in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
So if the hesitation is about what to do to respond to them, fine. But if the hesitation is about the principle, I don't think the president will go with this.
Interesting. Goldie, your thoughts and what you think should happen here as we've watched thousands of people killed in this country that is a #1 state sponsor of terror around the world, and probably the worst regime, one of the worst regimes we've ever seen. Yeah. Hmm. Goldie, what percentage of Iranians inside of the country are loyal to the regime, and what percentage want to see this finally end? That's generous. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, Waleed, I got 10 seconds. Do you think this regime falls in the next month, 2 months?
If we make a decision to take out the IRGC and the Basij, that will be your choice. And the Iranian population will continue the liberation on their own, free from these militias. Once those militias are down, Iran will liberate itself.
Interesting. All right. We'll leave it there. Got to leave it there, guys. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. How Democrats and the media are bending reality on immigration and ICE. That next with Rick and Ed.
Wait. Okay, I'm back. That was it. That was it. It was so short. Did you guys not hear it? You couldn't hear me? Oh no, what Oh no. You know what? Okay, let me go find it. Let me go find oh man, see that's what I was worried about. I was worried about like that technical glitch there. Okay. Oh, that's a shame. Okay, you know what though? I can go find the live stream. I can go find the live stream here. I'll find that was really short. That was really short. That one was kind of a weird interview. I don't know, but it was pretty short. But that's okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. All right, here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry it didn't work. Do I ever get nervous? Yeah, but you know, like you guys have to remember, I used to be a politician. I used to be a politician for 10 years, right? So I've had a lot of media training. So even when I get nervous, like it doesn't bother me. Okay, let me bring up the live stream. Okay. I think let me see if I can find it. Here we go. I think it's here. Commercials. Wait. No, that's not it. Maybe it's here. Is this it? All right, give me one moment. I'll see if I can find it. If not, then I'll just have to find the clip later when they upload it. They're talking about Greenland now, but I wonder if like yeah. Yes, it was this one, but I mean, maybe we haven't reached it yet, right? I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. Okay. So I think there was a glitch. Oh yeah, listen, I'm not taking my flag off, guys. I'm not taking my flag off until victory, right? Like this is my cape now. I'm not taking this off. The other guy, he was like some weird guy named Waleed Ferris. I don't know. He's like everywhere. He's not Iranian. Like I don't have any issues with him, but like I don't know. He's just like a weird person. Waleed actually used to be supportive of the MEK at one point, right? So I don't know. It was kind of weird. Wait, Newsmax, what? Newsmax has Iran news now. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe now they're going to that. Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe they're going to the interview now. Huh, let's see if this is it. I mean, I could have been behind, right? So maybe things are behind. Here, let me share the screen. Okay, now we're like creeping Newsmax.
In the Middle East, we'll be keeping an eye on it. Back to you.
Trent, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks very much. Madam Ambassador, back to you as we discuss the regime first closing the airspace, then reopening it. Protesters apparently staying home now because of the sheer number of civilians, many thousands of them who've been killed. Does it look to you like the uprising might be over or just on pause?
I think it's premature for us to judge that this is over.
Oh, this
I
is a
think
different
after
channel?
37 years.
Okay, so I wasn't on like the main. Okay, so this is a different Newsmax channel then. I guess I wasn't on the main one. Okay, Newsmax 2 is separate. Okay. I was on the main one. Okay, so I guess that means okay, their main channel doesn't stream on YouTube? Really? All right, challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Let's see if we can find it. Although if it's already gone, then I probably already missed it. Here, let's see. Canada. I go to USA. Search. Category. News. Let's see. Yeah. All right. I guess we're just gonna have to. So he basically asked me like what I thought, right? And then I just basically explained. But it was so quick. It was so short. That was like the weird thing. That was so weird. Honestly, I don't even remember. It was like it's such a blur. It's such a blur, right? I think oh my gosh. It was such a blur. Like I don't even honestly I don't even remember what I said. I don't remember. I said good things. I said good things, but I don't know. It was such a blur. Wait, let me see if I can find something. Man. I'm just gonna yeah, honestly it went way too quickly. It went way too quick. And I don't know. It went way too quick. I'm gonna have to wait until they upload. Wait, I counted a few things on my fingers. I will. Guys, I will get the link. I will get the link. I promise. I'll get the link. I have 2 Glenn Beck interviews. I have the CBN interview, Glenn Beck. I have the one from today. This woman on the screen says that people support MEK. Oh my gosh. Honestly, like the propaganda out there is crazy. So I'm trying to remember what it was. It just went so quick, right? It went so quick. Literally the shortest interview I've ever had. And honestly, I can't even remember. Like it went by so quick. And I felt like he was just like kind of interrupting me, which is fine. That's okay. But jeez. I don't even know. All right, let me see if I can find it. Okay, so here's I think this is a Newsmax. This is my earlier Newsmax interview from this morning. All right, let me play you this one instead. So this one is from earlier today. Okay? Let me play you this one. Let me get to
Does stop, that'll mean that the uprising.
Wait, that's radio. What? I want actual like Newsmax. Where'd it go? Is Newsmax not going to show my stuff now? Newsmax. Videos. Interesting. But I want Newsmax, so here. This is so strange. Live. I think it was the Rob Carson show, wasn't it? This is so strange. All right. Can't find it. Can't find it. Huh. Oh no, it was this one. Well, I thought it was this one, was it not? I thought it was this guy. Wait, let me see.
By state authorities.
I thought it was this
before
guy.
ICE could even lodge.
Was I not speak? Oh, you know what? I was speaking with this guy earlier today. I was speaking with a different guy right now, but wait. Okay, I went to that woman. I was speaking with him earlier today. So I probably have my interview with him from earlier today. Depending on when it started here. Because I actually had to wait a while because then the White House briefing came on. Wait. No, I can't find it. It's all over the place. It's all over the place, guys. Sorry. All right, you're
for a deposition and for questioning. So it's not like it's just Republicans or the Democrats on.
I'm sorry, guys. You know what? We're just gonna have to blame Armin. We'll have to blame Armin because Armin was supposed to be here to get that done and it didn't work. So we'll just blame Armin for that. You want me to play Pierce Morgan? Okay. Yeah, we'll blame Armin for sure. We'll blame Armin for sure. Craig, you're a national treasure in Canada and Iran. God bless you in your efforts. Help your nation become free once again. Thank you so much. Couldn't hear, but I felt the fierceness in your face. You're a legend. God bless you. Oh, thank you. Oh, Mike was being used by Zoom, so your stream mute. Oh, but I was hoping that because like I was supposed to be sharing the audio from the window to the screen. So, oh man. Okay. Bapish mode. All right. Okay, guys. Okay, I'll bring up the Pierce Morgan one because that one was pretty good. The Pierce Morgan one was really fun. And can I just say, I just want to send love to all the Iranians because like my Instagram account, I'm telling you guys, between like yesterday and today, I've gained like what 50, 60,000 people, like new followers on my Instagram account. I think because of my Pierce Morgan interview. Well, because I went after all those people, right? So okay, let me bring up Pierce Morgan. Where'd it go? It's 19, 17. Yeah, I would have to be here, I think. It's not that one. So now I downloaded it. Is it this one? No. Wait. Manoto. Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. Okay. All right. Here's my Pierce Morgan.
We're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it. And we're looking at some very strong options.
Yeah, this is where I go after chunky yogurt.
Look like all options are on the table.
Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. Everything he just said to you.
Did you see my expression? You know what? Okay, you know what though? I have to say, that's my own fault because that expression was backstage. Okay, no, but guys, I'm telling you, that expression was backstage. So I wasn't on the stage, but his producers took that when Chunky Yogurt was saying something and I'm backstage and I'm just like, right? And then you see they cut it off just right before I'm about to say a rude word. So there you go. I was backstage for that.
And we're looking
but
at
I have to learn my lesson.
strong options.
Does American help look like all options are on the table?
Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel.
I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language.
You
though,
do
if
not.
you're
You do
pretending to be
not
an
get to talk over me.
Piers, this is serious. The estimates are between 2,000 to 12,000 people being killed in 2 days. And the people are still coming out on the streets.
If Trump carries out an attack on Iran, the Iranian retaliation will be massive.
I was here listening. I wanted to tear my own arm off so I had something to throw at the screen. He's obviously never been punched in the face.
History will remember your lies, Piers.
It was a crazy
in the
episode.
short time since our
So we're gonna go past the Huckabee part because he was actually fantastic. Like there was no issues there. But when it gets to like Chunky Yogurt, that's when things start getting spicy. So I'm gonna take this opportunity to get like a little well, you know why? Because I just said to like his producers, I was like, listen, like if like because that was the same day that we found out about over 12,000 people being slaughtered, right? So I was not in a good mood, right? That was 2 days ago. We had just gotten news of the mass genocide, over 12,000 Iranians slaughtered by the Islamic regime. And I didn't have it in me to have to like deal or tolerate with like Chunky Yogurt and his like jihadi propaganda. So I was just like, if he starts this jihadi nonsense, like I'm just gonna leave. But I'm glad I didn't leave. I'm glad I stuck it out, right? But that's where my expression comes because over 12,000 Iranians have been slaughtered, and he's talking about like this is all like a Zionist thing. Like it's just he's such a disgusting person. Like like he's just so disgusting. Anyway, so all right, we're gonna get to that part. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. I'll be right back. And let me just ban that troll. All right, there you go. Okay, I'll be right back.
and I say it even more
Enjoy
emphatically now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pierce. Great always to be with you. Well, to debate this, I'm joined by the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the Iranian-born former Canadian MP, Goldie Gamari, the journalist and host of the Chuck Todd cast, Chuck Todd, and the former US Navy SEAL, Rob O'Neill. So a powerful panel to launch our first show back this year. Cenk Uygur, Happy New Year, first of all. Let's get the pleasantries out of the way. I suspect things are about to turn unpleasant very quickly, so let's be civil to start. Cenk, I thought it was a good time to have a vacation, if I'm completely honest with you. Turned out to be one of the worst times to ever have a week off in history, where basically all hell broke loose everywhere. And as we try and wrestle with this, let's talk primarily, for the purposes of this debate, about Iran first. What do you feel about what's happening there? It does seem significant to me that the German Chancellor is now coming out saying this is the beginning of the end of the regime and it could happen in weeks. Is that your sense, that this, despite a number of repressed attempts at overthrowing this regime that have failed, that this time we might be seeing the hand of history?
Yeah, so first of all, Happy New Year back to you and to everybody on the panel. So, Piers, in this case, the most important thing to recognize is that there are two separate issues going on here. One is the Iranian people's battle with the regime. And there we support the Iranian people 100%. I would love for Iran to be a democracy, control its own country, and be a beacon for freedom in the Middle East. That would be amazing. I would hope that everybody would want that. But there's a second issue also going on at the same time, which is that Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. They've agitated it for this entire time, including through the representatives of Israel like Mike Huckabee. He's not our ambassador, he's the Israeli ambassador. And we know that now because he had a secret meeting with Jonathan Pollard, who's a traitor to America. So he meets with traitors secretly, by the way, behind Trump's back, behind the American people's back. Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel. They've wanted this regime change forever. And now here's how you could tell that.
Well, that doesn't mean it's wrong.
They will not.
Cenk, it doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it might well suit. It might well
that's
suit.
right.
Well, hang on. It might well suit Israel's interests, but that doesn't mean it doesn't also suit America's interests, or indeed the rest of the world's interests.
Right. So, Piers, then we get to the issue of, yes, but what is America doing and what should America do? So if you want to accomplish the thing that we all want, which is Iran to be free, the worst possible thing you could do is bomb them. Because if you bomb them, like all countries, they will rally around the flag. If you think there is no one who supports the regime in Iran, you're also wrong about that. I think they're a minority, but they're the minority with the guns, etc. And so at this point, the idea that, oh, don't worry, we'll just bomb the Iranians, we'll kill a whole bunch of their civilians, and then we'll be greeted as liberators. You know, Mike Huckabee talked about 2 kicks of the mule, but except he got the wrong mule. So we got kicked in Iraq in the same exact way. Neocons like Mike Huckabee coming out there and going, oh, this is going to be easy. We're going to liberate the Iraqis, and the Iraqis are going to love us for it, etc. I don't need to get kicked by that mule twice. I guarantee you this will end in disaster if Israel forces us to get involved. If you care about the Iranian people, we should not bomb them. It will be greatly counterproductive. And I guarantee you that both Israel and America does not want democracy in Iran. What they want instead is a puppet leader. So they will bring in the former Shah, a king, a dictator, who will do everything that Israel wants. And then the Iranian people will revolt against him. And then we'll go through this cycle again and again and again. This is literally how we got to the Ayatollah, by us imposing a Shah upon them. So that is a disastrous idea. Do not go into this war. Anti-war means anti-war. War is not peace. George Orwell was a genius.
Okay. Goldie Gamari, you were pulling a number of faces there, none of which I would describe as particularly indicating an agreement with what Cenk was saying. So what would you like to say?
I mean, first of all, Cenk is not Iranian, so he has no idea what's going on in occupied Iran. Pretty sure Cenk doesn't speak Persian either, so he probably has no idea what the tens of millions
No, actually, it's Persian. Persian is the English word for Farsi. So don't correct me when I'm speaking and don't interrupt me. I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language, though,
You
if
do
you're
not. You
pretending to
do
be
not
an
get to
expert.
talk over me. You do not get to talk over me or interrupt me when I'm speaking on behalf of 90 million Iranians who are out in the streets right now fighting for their lives.
You're not
And
speaking on behalf of all Iranians.
You speak. Yes, I am. You speak about how you know, the bombings
When
or
did
whatever.
they elect you?
Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? Are you threatened by what I'm about to say? Is that why you want to interrupt me? I suggest you keep your mouth shut.
No, because you're pretending
until
to
I'm done
represent people
speaking.
that never elected you.
Well, let
But
her
go ahead.
speak. Cheng, with all respect, she'll let you speak. Let her respond.
Yeah, I let you speak your garbage propaganda, so now it's my turn to speak the truth. So do not interrupt me again. So like I was saying, Pierce, Iranians right now are literally risking their lives out there, and they are saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi is, of course, the current Shah of Iran in exile. And what people don't know is that back in 1979, that it's not actually a revolution. It was an Islamic coup d'etat. It was orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, or sorry, actually, no, it was orchestrated by the Islamists and the communists, and it was funded and supported by Jimmy Carter, the UK, and France. So what is happening right now? This is Iranians trying to rectify, and they are rectifying, 47-year mistake that was made. And what Iranians are saying is that we are going out and we are not going to stop fighting until we not only overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, but we return our king, because there is only one person that we Iranians trust to transition us from a dictatorship to a democracy, and that is His Royal Highness. And one final point, Iran was not an authoritarian dictatorship prior to 1979. We were a constitutional monarchy, just like England. That is what we are fighting for. So anyone who says that Iran was an authoritarian dictatorship, they know nothing about the country, because we used to be a constitutional monarchy.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein. Let's be honest, life moves fast and regular meals sometimes don't have the punch we need. Veracity focuses on the root cause of many health issues. Metabolic health, metabolic power protein delivers 20 grams of plant-based protein in just 2 scoops without all the unnecessary sugar and calories in other products. It's all natural and developed by doctors, allowing you to get the protein you need and support your metabolism with 2 easy scoops every morning. It's also third-party tested for toxins and heavy metals. So get the protein in your diet the natural way with Veracity. Head to veracityhealth.co and use code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, for up to 45% off your order. Once again, that's veracityhealth.co for up to 45% off, and make sure you use my promo code PEERS so they know I sent you. Chuck Todd, welcome back to Uncensored. Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lot going on, Chuck. Someone said to me, wow, what a week to not be on air. And I was like, the thing about Donald Trump is there's always another week and another week.
Correct.
And another week. So there's never a good week to have off in Trump land. There's an awful lot going on. You know, it's funny, I was talking to someone the other day. If you take away Trump's rhetoric, which can often be very inflammatory, and you focus on what I think is his vision here, a lot of what he's doing, whether it's Greenland, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Iran, I can understand the argument. You know, I may not like the way he expresses himself with some of this. I understand the argument. What do you think is the overview here for Donald Trump?
Well, I think this is a case of opportunism, right? Look, I was just in the region. I was in Abu Dhabi about a month ago, which obviously is a home to quite a large Iranian diaspora. And this is before these protests got the attention. And I came away from there in my discussions and meetings with various Iranian journalists and experts. The optimism that the regime is going to fall was high then. And I had another colleague who went in country over the last 6 months. And look, there's not drinking water in Tehran, right? Like this, what you're seeing, the level of desperation with the people, I think, is at a level that we haven't been able to fully understand as frankly, as outsiders, because of the media repression and how little we actually are seeing what's happening in country. But when you talk to Iranians that have either been in country or are communicating, you do get this sense. So this is coming. And I think this is a question, what does Donald Trump want to do? This is a bit of opportunism. I don't think he wants to get involved. Like, I think pre-protests, he was probably willing to negotiate with the regime in some form or another. Now I think he sees where the wind is blowing. And if you talk to enough folks in the Iranian diaspora, you can feel that optimism that this regime's days are numbered. But we got to remember, just like Assad in Syria, we knew his days were numbered, but are they hundreds of days? All right. Or was it going to be, 10 or 20 days? And it's possible this is still, this regime will fall, but it may not fall until this time next year at this point. But it is going to be sooner. So the question really is what role? And I think, boy, could the United States use an agency right now called USAID? Because in some ways, that was the theory of the case behind AID is to be there to help those that are either looking for freedom and democracy or are trying to build a fledgling democracy. And that is the best toolkit we have. And unfortunately, it's not a toolkit that it's not in the president's toolkit right now, thanks to Doge.
Okay, Rob O'Neill, a lot of the time it's worth taking a look at the amount of money being leveraged in the prediction markets, where the money's going. Looks like somebody thinks they know something, because Polymarket has a $19 million market right now on whether the Ayatollah will be deposed, and they're now saying there's a 24% chance, so pretty much a 1 in 4 chance that the Ayatollah goes here. From a military perspective, given the scale of these protests, which might well be unprecedented, we can't be entirely sure because the internet's been shut down and footage is scarce. But if it is unprecedented, do you think we're beginning to see the beginning of the end here of this regime?
Thanks for having me, and Happy New Year to everyone. I'm optimistic about it this time. We've seen it before. Excuse me. And like Chuck Todd said, it's kind of up to the media how much they're going to report on it, because we only know what we're told from over there. At least, like the first guest, I don't speak Persian or Iranian or Farsi or Urdu, so I'm going to say it in English so I don't even confuse myself. But in the past, when they see the Iranians rising up, when they get to that point, for some reason, our media blocks that out. And then it seems to me, because I'm not there, and if I'm not there, I can only go by what I hear or read. Then they crack down hard, they kill people, and then it goes back to business as usual. This time, what the Iranians have seen is that we bombed a mountain, we hit them pretty hard. So hopefully, regardless of the media blackout or what our media chooses to say, the Iranian people know that we will support them. The biggest problem that we had, one of the major problems that we had in Iraq, the biggest problem being we went into Iraq, was we immediately disbanded the Ba'ath Party. And although they looked bad because they were doing what Saddam Hussein wanted, they're doing that because they want to keep their heads on their own shoulders. They're going to do what they need to do to survive and keep their family alive. We got rid of them, and then foreign fighters came in, and obviously we know the Civil War started.
Yeah, I just want to add, so the person that's speaking right now, he's literally an American hero because he used to be a Navy SEAL. And Rob is one of the people who like exterminated Osama bin Laden, right? So I have a lot of respect for Rob. Like he's an American. Not only is he an American hero, he's like a hero to all of us because he exterminated Osama bin Laden. Yeah. So a lot of love, a lot of respect for American vets and American heroes like Rob, 100%. But I think he was a little bit nervous because, some were saying that he was being respectful because he was like, I don't speak, Persian or Farsi or Iranian. And then he mentioned Urdu, and it's in my head. I'm just like, Urdu, like Iranians, we don't speak Urdu, but that's okay. Like I didn't say anything. So my expression was more for آره ماست چانکی کتک میخواد. خوب کتکش زدم نگران نباش خوب ماست چانکی و کتک زدم. So yeah, no, Rob is great, but is he? Oh my gosh, so he's the one that actually like exterminated bin Laden. I love that. Okay. He's fantastic. He's fantastic. So, but yeah, like I don't know why he said that, but like Iranians, we don't speak Urdu, but that's okay. That's okay. I let it pass. My expression is mostly for chunky yogurt. It's more for chunky yogurt. Okay.
It was chaos for a long time. Right now, what's happening there, if the Iranians know that we're going to help, but then our media backs out and they're not sure about us, who knows what they're going to do? But I do know that foreign fighters are now going into Iran to try to help, be that the Mahdi army, who the Shias, or is it Hezbollah, even Hamas. I mean, they were getting funding through the Iranians, but I believe they're Sunni, and I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But I think the bottom line, and this is me just trying to be an honest broker, I think we should do as allies everything we can to support the Iranian people and help them get what they want. This is not Rob O'Neill from the United States. It's not my decision, but I would love to help the Iranian people because I think everyone would agree they've been beaten down and oppressed for almost as long as I've been alive.
Yeah,
Pierce, can I quickly add something here?
Chuck,
just a piece of reporting that I got while overseas is that there's some thought that the current president, okay, and I may mess up his name, Pezeshkian.
So this part is like
he's
a
turned
very
out to be
idiotic
at least
take.
rhetorically more moderate than some expected. And
So you can see here like my expression, and then I kind of shake my head, right? Because Pezeshkian is not a moderate. So I don't know what this like. I think his name was Chuck or something. I don't know what he's saying, but you can tell from my expression, like I totally disagree with what Chuck is saying here because Pezeshkian is not a moderate. Pezeshkian is a radical. Pezeshkian is actually one of the people who actually came up with the policy to force mandatory hijab on women after the 1979 Islamic Revolution, right? So let me pull this up. Let me see if I can find it on my X here. Give me one moment. Let me go to X. I think I have a video so I can find it. But like he comes out and he's like, oh, Pezeshkian is a moderate. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is how like stupid this is how stupid Chuck's take is right now, right? Like Chuck is like the guy next to me, not the Navy SEAL. The Navy SEAL is Rob, but look at this. Look at this. Okay, so this is the person that Chuck is speaking about. So this is a person that Chuck went on Piers Morgan and said, oh, he's a moderate. Maybe he'll be the Gorbachev, right? This is the guy he's talking about. Listen to this.
انقلاب شد مسئول پاکسازی و بازسازی بیمارستان‌ها و دانشگاه شد. بیمارستان‌ها و دانشگاه کلاً. اون موقع هم شاید که نه. ما وقتی به اصطلاح مسئول شدیم یه بخشنامه کردیم به همه که مثلا باید با این چارچوب بیاییم.
Do you see? So literally Pezeshkian is saying that back in 1979, okay, Pezeshkian, that's the current president of the Islamic Republic, right? So Pezeshkian is basically saying that back in 1979, when they took over the Islamic, like when they took over Iran and implemented the Islamic regime, it was his idea to force women to wear hijab when they're going out in public, right? And then this is the person that Chuck now today is saying, oh, he's a moderate. We Iranians, we know he's not a moderate. Look at this.
البته رفتیم با دادگاه انقلاب و با بچه‌ها هماهنگ کردیم که ما این تصمیم میگیریم فردا. هنوز بحث حجاب اینا نشده بود. هنوز این بحثا نشده بود که چیز بود. بعد از اون 2 ماه بعد دولت اعلام کرد که مثلا این اتفاقات باید بیفته.
So he's saying that before the government, like before the Islamic dictatorship forced hijab on women, he was already forcing mandatory hijab on women by force, okay? And then Chuck in that Piers Morgan interview, he's calling this so this is a guy who's forcing women to wear hijab, and if they don't wear it, they get murdered, okay? And then Chuck Chuck on Piers Morgan is like, oh, Pezeshkian's a moderate. So now you can see like why my expression is like this. But honestly, I didn't even bother correcting Chuck because he's irrelevant. No one in Iran knows who he is or cares about his opinion. So I was like, I'm not even going to bother like responding to his garbage nonsense because he's an idiot, and it's there's no point. There's no point in even legitimizing his statements by even saying anything.
Had somebody close to him indicating.
But my expression says it all.
He thinks he can be the Iranian Gorbachev. Meaning, and that's a real, so if you actually ask strategically, what could the United States do? Can it start to find people that are within the regime?
See my face?
Who want to help?
Do you see my face? I'm just like, nope. Like I'm kind of smirking and I'm like, nope.
Had somebody close to him indicating he thinks he can be the Iranian Gorbachev. Meaning, and that's a real, so if you actually ask strategically, what could the United States do? Can it start to find people that are within the regime who want to help get rid of the regime, right? Look, and who's to say that this even worked out as that well? But you do in some cases. Without Gorbachev, does the Soviet Union fall as cleanly as it fell, right? And I think so. When you're asking like, how do we deal with the next day? I think finding out whether indeed the Iranian president wants to play a role here or not is something that's the type of thing our intelligence community, in theory, should be able to help with.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking.
So there you go. That was Chuck's very stupid comment. Honestly, I didn't even bother responding to him because like it was such a stupid thing to say. Oh, Pezeshkian can be the Gorbachev. Like where do you even get that from? Like this is the frustrating thing. Like these people say complete utter nonsense, but they have like no knowledge to back it up. They have no idea who these people are. Meanwhile, Pezeshkian was going around back in 1979 and he was forcing women to put on the hijab. And then, yeah, US aid sucked as well. Okay, all right.
To someone who's been on
this is the spicy part.
Mohammed Morandi, professor.
So this guy's the Joseph Goebbels, okay?
At Tehran University, a supporter of the regime. Welcome back to Uncensored, Mohammed Morandi. I appreciate you coming on. What is your assessment of what is happening on the ground in Iran?
Well, first of all, when you say a supporter of the regime, you're framing it in a certain way. I assume you are a supporter of the British or the American regime.
Yeah, I don't really want to listen to his propaganda, but let's get to the part where I show up. Tip of the pinky. Yeah, we're gonna get to the tip of the pinky, so we're gonna get to that part.
It's millions of people. That is huge. Anyone can look on the map.
This is footage from 2020, by the way.
Use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But just a few hours ago.
Just to stop you there, Professor Vermey, just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it, so it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the independent reports I've read, who are... Okay, so Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying that footage is from 2020. So we don't know what you're showing us. You accept that?
No, that's a dishonest take. That footage is very clear. This misinformation is being produced by the West, and the reporter who was on that helicopter, whose face is there, he came on television, showed the footage. I was at the protest. There were millions of people. What you are trying to do, just like you did during the Israeli regime's attack on Iran, is you are trying to help war. Because when the Israeli regime carried out that blitzkrieg attack, as we were negotiating with them, you invited me and started bad-mouthing Iran. Why? Because you and many others like you.
No, I didn't bad-mouth Iran. Sorry, just to be clear.
Oh, yes, you did.
Just to be clear. Hang on. Professor, just to be clear, I never bad-mouthed Iran. I bad-mouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran. or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
A one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You did not allow me to continue.
Fine, but you have.
Your producer said. It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi. Professor Morandi.
You and me.
Professor Morandi. Let me. Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor Morandi.
So what I said is, you dishonorable person, when we get you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest piece of your body left. I said, when we catch you, the biggest piece of your body will be the tip of your pinky finger.
Here's why I brought Goldie.
And I said this on behalf of 90 million Iranians, because we have all suffered under him. This is literally Joseph Goebbels. He is a literal Nazi. He is in the top echelons, right? So never in my life did I ever thought that I would have the opportunity to confront this Nazi. And when Piers Morgan's producers were like, we're bringing you on, I was like, yes. So, by the way, like this clip has gone viral amongst Iranians. So, yeah. And I've had a lot of Iranians reach out to me and be like, "Oh, he's very dangerous. He's very dangerous," right? So, yeah, there you go. And you know what? This is on the same day. This is on the same day that we found out that this man is responsible for over 12,000 innocent Iranians murdered, right? So he's responsible for murdering over 12,000 innocent Iranians. And then he had that smug look on his face on Piers Morgan. Like, he is evil. He is evil personified. Evil personified.
Back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being dishonest.
Because she says to us, have you watched that footage? It is actually not what you have said it is. Goldie, tell the professor what you believe that footage is.
That footage is from Qasem Soleimani's funeral in 2020. That is not footage from today. That is 100% propaganda. The Islamic regime, they are liars. They are murderers. They are thieves. I don't even know how he has access to the internet right now. The internet is shut off. Where is he communicating from?
He never answered.
Okay, now, Piers, I just want to remind you that your producer said this is a one-on-one.
Yeah.
And like on previous occasions, you do not abide by what you say you'll do.
Well, you made a statement. You made a statement and gave us footage, which one of our panelists has directly challenged.
But just to respond, in the General Qasem Soleimani's funeral, the bodies were on trucks, and there are no trucks in this crowd. And the crowd goes from Imam Hussein Square, which is
so this is the footage that the Islamic dictatorship provided, right? Let me show you this video. Someone sent me this video, because this is like, so as soon as this went out, people were sending me the video. They were like, oh, no, this is it. This is the one. So I actually sent this footage today to Piers Morgan's producers, and I'm like, this is the proof. This is the proof when I told you that it's from 2020. So look at this. Look at this. So the top part of the screen, okay, the top part of the screen, that's the green screen. So that's like the reporter who's leaning out of the helicopter. But then the bottom of the screen, that's footage from 2020. Okay. So the Islamic dictatorship they literally sent out this like green screen fake helicopter footage to claim that that's like actual footage of the demonstrations. Meanwhile, it's from 2020. It's from 2020. older than 2020, but there were some pieces in there. There you go. So, but that, yeah, and it's literally the middle of winter. It's the middle of winter. How is that guy like in a helicopter, not in like a winter coat or something, right?
To the top, towards the top.
Sending this, and he's like, "Oh, this is like current
goes
footage."
all the way to Imam Hussein Square. The bodies never went there. The bodies began. The funeral procession began at the University of Tehran. So the path
100%
of the General Soleimani funeral and his companions was not towards Imam Hussein. And here, where are the trucks? Where's the funeral procession? Because it was not just him. There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz, in Maran, in Esfahan.
The rally, the footage rally, all been debunked.
This woman, Pierce, if you next, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
So here he says, I'm not going to come again on your show. So I respond here. I'm like, you're never going to come again on this show because we're going to capture you. We're going to put you in jail for your crimes.
You won't be able to come again on the show because when Iran is free, we're going to get you.
No. To be fair, let me explain. Goldie, let me explain.
People on your hands right now.
Goldie, I will come back to Goldie and the panel in a moment. I'll go back to one-on-one. I will go back to one. Professor, I will go back to one-on-one with you now. She wanted to directly challenge that footage. She's done so, and you have responded. That is perfectly legitimate journalism from where I'm sitting.
No, that's not acceptable, Pierce. In any case, just hours ago, the BBC.
But you know what's actually messed up is that Pierce Morgan is the only person who actually challenged him because he has been going around to various media outlets around the world and he's been showing the same footage, but no one's had an opportunity to challenge him on it, right? So that's why he had that smug smile on Pierce Morgan's show, because he thought that he could get away with it as well. But he has gone on so many news channels around the world. He's shown the same footage, and none of the journalists, none of the reporters have actually challenged him because it's always been like a one-on-one, right? So you know what, Pierce Morgan, love him or hate him, I have a lot of respect for him. He's one of the heroes. He's one of the heroes of the Iranian Revolution because he actually gave me an opportunity to call out this Nazi terrorist on behalf of millions of Iranians, right? So kudos to Piers Morgan and his producers and his team for that.
BBC was showing the footage of the protests across Iran against the rioters yesterday and talking about an uprising, implying dishonestly that these people on the streets who are protesting against the rioters are in fact supporters of the rioters. This is how it works in the West.
Well, the best way, surely. All right, Professor, the best way, Professor, Professor, the best way to
talk about.
Professor,
just one moment.
The best way to clear this up is to allow journalists to do their job freely in Iran, turn the internet back on, let everybody work out for themselves what is really happening. But when a regime shuts off the internet, what it's really doing is not trying to stop communication between protesters, it's trying to stop the truth about what it is doing in response being communicated to the world. And what it's doing is murdering thousands of Iranians who are protesting.
I played Secretary Scott Bessent's statement earlier, but I'm happy to play it again later if you guys want. But I've already played it before, where he speaks about the economic sanctions and how that's like impacting the regime. Yeah,
they've admitted killing 2,000. Reports are that it may be as many as 12,000 or more. We're seeing footage here of body bags everywhere.
People are still going out into the streets. Yes, 100%. It's still happening. The revolution is on. I'm just gathering some videos for you, and I'm going to share them with you after this.
And that is why the regime is turning off the internet. It's not out of some great altruistic, well, we just, don't want these people communicating. It's so that we can kill them and the rest of the world can't see what we're doing.
No, Pierce, that is an utterly dishonest take. The numbers are fabricated. The government has not given any numbers. And as I said,
2,000.
I'm talking, Pierce. You don't want me to talk.
You said you're just wrong.
You are just like
You're
those
wrong.
journalists who are talking about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and the incubators. And
I led the campaign against that, as you may remember.
Well, you've flipped.
I haven't flipped to anything. I try and deal in facts.
No, Pierce. We had rioters who burned people alive, who cut people's heads off, and it's the evidence.
And what has your regime done to the protesters?
The protesters, Pierce, the millions of people that came to the streets yesterday. Why did they come to the streets? It's because your narrative is nonsense.
Well, how many protesters have been killed?
Your narrative.
How many protesters have been killed?
I don't know the numbers.
You don't
know? I do know that roughly 100 officers of the law have been murdered.
So you know how many people you believe have been killed on the regime side, but you have no idea how many people the regime's killed. Interesting.
You don't want me to talk because you're afraid. Because you're afraid that I'm going to wreck your narrative. That's cowardly, Pierce.
I think what you're afraid of, you're afraid of this uprising this time being the one that actually topples the regime that you prop up.
You want to help, just like you were preparing as the Israeli regime carried out its blitz.
All right, so we're done with this like jihadi terrorist. But guys, I actually have some new videos for you. Oh yeah, he's afraid of losing the tip of his pinky, yeah. So again, guys, the internet is shut down. We know that there's a mass slaughter happening, but we also know that Iranians are still continuing to fight. So look at this account. Look at this account here. This is new footage. This is new footage. Look at this. And it says پاسخ گارد جاویدان اکباتان به سرکوب. So this means the response of the immortal guard. So all of the Iranian resistance fighters, all of the Iranian freedom fighters, they call themselves the immortal guard. And they're like, this is the response of the immortal guard to the Islamic regime riot forces, okay? So here you go, guys. Look at this. Look at this. This is new. This is new. Fresh out of Iran. So when anyone tells you that Iranians are not on the streets, when they tell you the revolution has died, they're lying. They're lying because it's continuing. Here we go. Look at this. Look at these brave Iranians. They're fighting for their lives.
Ничего не случится.
Look at that.
И поэтому знаю, со мной ничего не случится.
Yeah, so Starlink is spotty because the Islamic dictatorship, they brought in military grade Starlink jammers that they purchased from China, like from the CCP. Oh, it's totally Fallout, World War III, Civil War. Guys, I'm telling you, the revolution is ongoing. The revolution is ongoing. And just because you're not hearing about it doesn't mean it's not happening. Guys, if everything was over, don't you think the internet would be back up? The reason that the internet is still down is because they don't want the world to know. They don't want you guys to know what's going on. But it's literally a war zone. It's literally a war zone. Look at this. And Iranians are fighting for their lives.
И поэтому знаю, со мной ничего не случится. И поэтому знаю, со мной ничего не случится. И поэтому знаю со мной.
So there you go. There's that. Oh, my screen is glitching. Oh. Muted. Sorry. I was muted. Sorry about that. So I was saying, here's some more footage from today. I thanked the person for the super chat. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Means a lot to me. I unmuted my mic now, and I was gonna say here's a bit more footage. Sorry guys, my browser went all wonky for some reason. Okay, so here's another one. So this is footage from today. It says armored vehicles belonging to regime suppression forces seen on Kalantari Highway as crackdown continues. So do you see like vehicles and armor? You see that? But it's, Iranians are afraid to film because if they catch you filming, what do we know here? No sound, no hair? Okay, I'll be right back. One moment. Can you guys hear me now? Sometimes my browser glitches. So it's not the internet. Sometimes it's just my browser. Sometimes my browser just glitches. So I'm back. Okay. All right. Okay. Glad we got that sorted out. Okay. So this video clip, I honestly don't know if Armin's going to return because Armin had to deal with some things. So he might not return, but again, I don't know how long I'm going to stick around either because I've had a very long day, and let me check the current time. The current time is 5. I think sunrise is at 7. I mean, I would hope and pray. I would hope and pray that something would happen tonight. He will, he just said. Did he say? I might want to stay up until sunrise anyway, but oh, you're right, he did. We should just kick him out. We'll just kick him out. Hey, oh hey Armin, how are you?
Hey, kick who out? Kick me out?
No. No, just teasing.
Okay.
How are you?
Thank you. I was like feeling bad because I felt like I let you down.
No, you didn't. Everything
Okay.
worked out great. Everything worked out great.
Oh, so you're saying I'm not needed. I see how it works. You're saying that I'm
No.
useless. Okay. No, I'm
No,
just kidding.
dara تعارف میکنم. Nah.
I'm just kidding.
Actually, it would have been better if you were here. It would have been
No,
better
I'm
if you were here
kidding.
because when I was doing my Newsmax thing, the audio cut out. So people saw my interview, but they couldn't hear me. So
Oh.
So we all decided we're gonna blame you for that. So we're all gonna blame you for that.
Oh no.
So we're glad you're back. I was just playing some new footage. Here, let me show you.
Okay.
So this is
new
one.
footage. Oh,
Yeah.
25 a day. Okay, nice.
This is but there you go. So apparently
Armored
like
vehicle.
armored footage is everywhere. But look at this one. Look at this one. پاسخ گارد جاویدان اکباتان به سرکوب. This one's new as well. This is from today. So they managed to sneak this one out somehow, which this one shows, Armin, this one shows the revolution is still going strong. Look at this.
И поэтому знаю, со мной ничего не случится.
It's a war zone, Armin. It's a war zone. And we just don't know about it because the regime has shut down the internet because they don't want us to see.
Aren't these the best people, Goldie?
So
We have the
so
best
brave.
people.
And these are young people and they're saying like گارد جاویدان بیرونن دارن مبارزه میکنن.
After everything that we have went through, they're still out there.
Yeah.
We don't deserve these people.
I'm telling you, Armin, Iranians, we're the bravest people. I don't want to brag, but we are the bravest people in the world. Unarmed, fighting the most oppressive, brutal dictatorship. And this is the messed up part. The regime has shut down the internet, thinking that if they shut down the internet, the world is going to look away. And yet Iranians are still fighting because the king of Iran, Reza Shah Pahlavi, right? He told them, you guys continue because Iranians outside of Iran, they will continue to be your voice and they will continue to share your messages with the outside world. And so that's what we're doing. And you know what? These people, these brave Iranians and occupied, they have no idea. I said, نمیدونن ما کی هستیم، نمیدونن که ما داریم چیکار میکنیم, right? But they have faith. They have faith. They're like, you know what? We're going to do this because we have faith that our compatriots outside of Iran will somehow find our videos and share our videos, right?
Yeah. And you know, when you said that the regime thinks that if they cut the internet, they think the world is going to look away. So guys, everyone in the audience, if you look away, that's exactly what the Islamic Republic wants you to do.
Yeah.
Like we're relying on everybody right now, all of you, not to look away because the regime is trying to do everything for you to look away, and you looking away translates to more lives lost.
But look at this new video, Armin. Doesn't this give you hope? Guys, you know what? I wish. You know what? This is such a... You know, guys, I wish that we had more footage for you. Believe me, I do. I wish that we did. And if we had more footage, we would share it with you. We really would. But we're under total internet shutdown. Like it's horrific. It's such a horrific idea. This one video is enough to give us Iranians hope that the entire country is still fighting back. You know what I mean? This one video proves to us. I mean, it's only 13 seconds long, but this 13-second video speaks for 90 million Iranians in occupied Iran. And all the footage will come out. All the footage will come out one day when the internet is lifted, right? But look at this. Look at this. They're fighting. They're fighting because they have faith in the rest of us that we are watching, and we will not let them be silent. Let's play this again. Look how brave they are. These are young people. These are Gen Z. They're unarmed. These people are like, what, 20, 25?
Поэтому знаю, со мной ничего не случится. И поэтому знаю, со мной ничего не случится.
Also, please understand that the people who managed to get this video out, they went through so much to be able to get this video out. So it's not just that what's happening in this video, it's the person who recorded it and managed to figure out a place where they have Starlink, even though the regime is looking for Starlink stations and removing them, to get this out for you. And just also imagine that how difficult it is right now to get videos out of Iran. That means every time you see something like this, for every video like this, there are thousands of other videos that are not being recorded right now. Or if they are being recorded, they haven't been sent out yet. Similar to this one. I really hope this all works out well. Oh my God.
You know what?
So there seems to be some reports that the armed forces are coming out into the streets wearing chemical protective gear.
Yeah, they are.
So that means they're going to use chemical weapons against the protesters?
They already have in the past, so I wouldn't be surprised, right? Oh, here's another one. Look at this.
Is this new?
I don't know. Let's see. I think so. I haven't seen this one before.
I've never seen that.
Is it old? Someone's saying it's old. It's old?
Wait, is
Okay.
it a date on the video?
There's no date.
Yeah, they should put dates on there.
Yeah.
This is why I like Manoto videos, because they put the
این یکی
date on there.
19 دی. 19 دی کیه؟
6 روز پیش.
Oh, this is 6 days ago. All right. All right. Wait, let me come
Oh,
here.
Goldie, you're so sweet wanting to, you know, guys, you see Goldie really trying to find any signs that the revolution is alive.
Oh, well, the thing is, though, you know what? We know it's alive. We know it's alive.
Yeah, but you want to show people. But Goldie, be careful. You're scrolling. If you scroll on your feed, you might show some things that are not.
I know. I just kind of like try to go by them as much as I can. So this is a new one. This is a new one, guys. So like, apparently now martial law has been declared, even though it's a dictatorship. Look at this. So now they're saying martial law has been declared. No one is allowed to be out. Go inside your homes. So in order to like end the revolution, they're saying martial law. And then look at this. Look how scary that is.
Wow. Oh my God.
Terrifying.
What a nightmare.
You can hear the gunshots too in the background.
What a nightmare.
It's hell. It's hell.
This how do they shit? How do they possibly think that they could like rule after this? Like obviously, obviously after what they did, things are never going to go back to normal. They have, by the way, Goldie, I really think the Islamic Republic, by shedding this much blood, they managed to completely end Islam. Not just the Islamic Republic. Guys, this is very important to Goldie. Stop showing that on YouTube. That's
I'm
dangerous.
just scrolling by. I'm sorry.
No, but even showing it a little bit, YouTube might really come down on.
I know. Okay, let me go to like a different thing, and then I'll scroll back here because that guys, that's the problem. Like we can't even scroll. We can't even scroll without You know what? Let me play the footage from.
Goldie, you should sleep soon.
I will. Yeah, I'm going to bed soon. But I just want to finish because people are really requesting Khorramshahr Symphony. So I just want to play Khorramshahr Symphony.
Guys, stop requesting these things so Goldie sleeps.
No, it's okay. But I promise people Khorramshahr Symphony, and then I promise Bapish. So we'll do Khorramshahr Symphony, and then we'll do Bapish, and then that's it.
And then sleep time for Goldie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been up for a while, so we'll do this.
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
I found my Newsmax interview, so I know the audio wasn't working. So they just sent me my Newsmax interview. So here you go, guys. Here you go.
Can we do that tomorrow? You need to sleep.
People wanted to hear my Newsmax video interview. So I'll play this, but I'm going to turn off the video camera. So I'm going to do the Newsmax interview and then Vapish, and then that's it. So there you go. Good night, everyone. And Armin, see you tomorrow.
All right. See you
Good night,
tomorrow.
everyone. Oh, do you want to say?
Oh, I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah.
Javid Shah. All right. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow.
You saw it last night on the show here. What exactly happened? It felt like there was an attack on the Iranian regime imminent. The chatter was spectacular. All the indications looked like something was going on. There was a lot of indications in the Middle East as well. And then nothing did happen. We're not sure exactly what happened. And to be honest, everything that we're seeing and reading these last couple of days could all be some kind of a psyop or disinformation designed to psych out the Iranians in some way or another, including what Trump has been saying publicly, including what he said yesterday, and media stories as well. Stories like this, Wall Street Journal reporting that Trump was advised a large-scale strike against Iran would not guarantee a regime collapse, and as of now is monitoring how Tehran handles all these protests before deciding on the scope of a potential attack. Now, that could be the story, or we could be on the way right now to drop a bomb in 45 minutes. We don't really know. Some reports also saying Netanyahu had asked Trump to postpone plans for a military attack, indicating that maybe he needed a little bit more time to prepare for the retaliation, which would likely be aimed at his country. We're not really sure exactly what happened. We're trying to figure it out. Goldie Gamari is a human rights activist. Waleed Faris is a Newsmax foreign policy analyst. Good to have you both here. Waleed, Trump said, don't kill protesters. They killed thousands. And then in the Oval Office yesterday, something that I think was kind of a ruse, which that he seemed shockingly gullible, thinking that, oh, he seems like Iran is going to stop killing these people and that everything's going to be okay, which I thought, I don't really know that that's an indication of what he's actually thinking in that moment. We thought there'd be an attack last night. There wasn't. What do you make of it, Waleed?
Look, the date, the time of an attack is something that should be and is in the hands of the chief executive. He decides. And you just mentioned that if Netanyahu may have asked him, if these are the reasons to be better prepared for what the Islamic regime is going to respond with, fine. But I think the president is under the pressure of two camps. One camp that is telling him we should not attack because we cannot control the results. We should not, attack the regime because maybe some of them are saying maybe all Iranians are going to unite against us, as if the Jews in concentration camps will unite with the Nazis against the Allies. A lot of confusion there in that camp. The other camp is saying basically this is an opportunity, not just for the Iranian people to be helped, and 12,000 were killed. There is no way this regime is going to continue and manage this country. That's a big dilemma in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
So if the hesitation is about what to do to respond to them, fine. But if the hesitation is about the principle, I don't think the president will go with this.
Interesting. Goldie, your thoughts and what you think should happen here as we've watched thousands of people killed in this country. That is a number one state sponsor of terror around the world, and probably the worst regime, one of the worst regimes we've ever seen.
Well, thank you so much for having me on. Definitely one of the worst regimes we've ever seen. In terms of what should happen, I'm not a military strategist, so I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but I do know that no totalitarian dictatorship has ever toppled without some sort of military coup d'etat or outside assistance. And let's keep in mind that even the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat, where the communists and Islamists took over Iran back in 1979, that did not happen without the support of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, the UK and France. So, I don't know what's going to happen, but President Trump is a man of his word. President Trump is not like Barack Obama. He's not like Biden. He's not like Carter. And I know that I trust him, and I know that every single Iranian in occupied Iran, we trust him as well.
Goldie, what percentage of Iranians inside of the country are loyal to the regime, and what percentage want to see this finally end?
So about 5 to 10% are loyal, and 10% is being very sort of,
that's generous.
It's being generous, right? I would say it's probably closer to 5%. But unfortunately, that 5%, they have access to the guns, they have access to the military grade weapons. And we also have to keep in mind that many of the people who support the regime are actually outside proxies.
Right.
So right now, what we're seeing in occupied Iran are Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and others who are in there slaughtering Iranians.
Waleed, I got 10 seconds. Do you think this regime falls in the next month, 2 months?
If we make a decision to take out the IRGC and the Basij, that will be your choice, and the Iranian population will continue the liberation on their own, free from these militias. Once those militias are down, Iran will liberate itself.
Interesting. All right. We'll leave it there. Got to leave it there, guys. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. How Democrats and the media...
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما نفسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا، بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید یا داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش